Compania Wakadam. This is Mark chapter 12, verse 29. And Yahawashi answered him, the first of all commandments is, Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord. Shema Yasharala Yahweh Allahayna Yahweh Achad Aman. Aman.
Hey, shalom, shalom. Can y'all hear me? How's everybody doing? Today, of course, in headquarters, we're gonna have a Q&A. So sorry about the delay. So please get your questions ready, even if you need to be refreshed with some things you necessarily didn't understand. This is a class where you could get understanding on certain things that maybe you didn't necessarily receive at the time. You weren't receptive. You kind of didn't digest it, properly. And you still got some ambiguity about it. You can ask those questions, or if you just stumbled upon a scripture, a passage, a prophecy, the Bible is a dark book. If you need some understanding of that, today would be the time to get some understanding. Of course, as time is of the essence, and your question may not, be answered today, but keep your question. If we don't get to it today, maybe we can get to it next week or something like that. I always come around with Q&A to try to bring understanding, right? So Brother Mayaka Allah, he hit me this morning about the Four Horsemen. The Four Horsemen, believe it or not, when I have talked with my, Christian relatives and things of that nature, they're like, the red horse is China, stuff like that. Like, nobody really knows what's going on, really, but first, to give some security to everybody, let's go to Amos 3:7. Right? Because it's very important to know a prophet is supposed to speak things that are to come, and it's supposed to line up with the prophets. Right? When the Bible was written, in parables, believe it or not, Muslims say, why would God speak in parables? Like almost as if it's deceptive. The Quran is not deep at all. So you can go into the Quran and it'll literally speak in a literal sense. You get what I'm saying? Because it's not deep. There's no high wisdom. You know what I'm saying? The sun, the moon, the stars, the trees, everything has a meaning, and they actually influence symbolisms, right? They influence symbols. Before language, before numbers, symbols are the most powerful language in the universe. Symbols. Okay, because symbols necessarily, like, for example, the people of the Fertile Crescent, they wore the crescent moon. Why did they wear that? Because they had a science of the moon. That's lost now, but it's not going to teach you that science, but there's a science behind it. If you don't know the science, if you don't know the knowledge and the sweet influences behind the moon, then you're going to be eons, far from the understanding. So when you see, images like the Four Horsemen, right? That's symbolism. Okay, but what does this symbol mean is the question, right? So you got a lot of people who are not guided by the spirit of understanding to break these things down. Because the Bible is not going to literally say, yeah, and then the Romans are going to come conquer the Native American Indians, and the Native American Indians are going to, in the future receive some casinos, and then New York City is going to get built. The Most High is not impressed by New York. He looks at New York and like, oh, that's Nineveh. That's just Nineveh. They're not destroying Nineveh. Well, he's going to destroy New York. So he doesn't say, there shall be a city called New York. You get what I'm saying? So due to a famine of the word, of the word, right? The book being sealed, right? And Yahawashi opened up the seal and revealed to John what was going to take place in the end. We don't need any other new prophecy to come in the world, or a new prophet to come write something down. I have received this, it's sealed in heaven. So all we have was from that dispensation, right, until now, in this gap to explain what it's going to be like in the last days. And the four horsemen are unleashed in these last days. So I'm going to go into the breakdown of that, but let's read Amos 3 and 7 really quick, Buck.
The book of Amos, chapter 3 and verse 7. Surely the Lord God will do nothing, but he revealeth his secret unto his servants, the prophets.
Secret, right? It's not supposed to be in your face. Explained. The Lord, he speaks with dark speeches. He's a king. You know, any king that's just going to give you the combination to his jewels. Oh, 35, 77, 14. Go right in there and take all the gold, take all of the riches. No, you got to seek it out, right? And that's why the Bible, go to Proverbs 8 and 17. This is wisdom speaking, right? This is wisdom. And get that James 1, the scripture, maybe 1 and 10, maybe, about wisdom, asking for it liberally.
Proverbs 8 and 17.
Right. So you got to have wisdom to understand the symbolism of the scripture. Now some, Christian that might stumble upon this video and be like, what makes you think he has wisdom? Well, we'll put it to the test. Okay. Proverbs 8 and 17.
It's the book of Proverbs, chapter 8, verse 17. I love them that love me.
See, this is wisdom talking. I love them that love me, right? If you love wisdom, wisdom is going to love you. Wisdom is a spirit. And the same spirit that was on John when these four horsemen came out, the wisdom of this of what John saw is upon the prophets today to speak what it means, because wisdom also speaks in dark speeches, right? Go ahead.
I love them that love me, and those that seek me early shall find me.
Those that seek me early shall find me. You know what they say, the early bird gets the worm. Well, the younger you are and you embrace this truth and don't get corrupted by what society is giving you, right? If you're a young man coming into this path and you're seeking wisdom, some people seek wisdom at a younger age than others. And some people got to catch up, maybe in their 40s, like, dang, I should have sought wisdom before. Well, if you get wisdom early, wisdom like a mother, the younger you are, the more tender you are, the more she's going to nourish you like a woman. My wife, she doesn't treat my 11-year-olds like she treats my 7-year-old. You get what I'm saying? And my newborn, she's spending all the time she needs for her newborn. You get what I'm saying? She's seeking him early because he's young and tender. He needs to be nourished. So that's what wisdom does, right? Finish that.
Verse 18.
Yep.
Riches and honor are with me.
See, riches and honor are with me. So just like the analogy of the combination, if you want the riches and to be honored with what wisdom does and offers the person, which is intellect, education, right? You're going to expand your understanding, right? Go ahead.
Yea, durable riches and righteousness.
See, durable riches and righteousness. So when you read the four horsemen, you got to apply wisdom, right? And all the wisdom comes from the prophets, because the four horsemen are in the prophets as well, right? I read that.
The book of James, chapter 1 and verse 5. If any of you lack wisdom, let him ask of God.
See, but if you lack wisdom, if you don't understand, a lot of people come to me when I read the Bible, I just don't understand. One of the first things I began to, once I read that scripture, I started to understand. If I want to understand the Bible, and if I lack the wisdom to understand it, then I got to do what? Go ahead.
If any of you lack wisdom, let him ask of God.
See, let him ask of God. Ask and it shall be what?
Given unto you.
Given. Seek
And you shall find.
Knock.
And
The door shall be opened unto you. Right? You may be unhinged in the scripture because you're not knocking at the door. Asking for wisdom. That's the first application of your faith. How you going to come out here? That's right. And if you want to seek the deeper things, you're not asking for asking the person who offers the riches and the honor to know. Right? Go ahead.
If any of you lack wisdom, let him ask of God, that giveth to all men liberally and upbraideth not, and it shall be given him.
God, he gives it to all men liberally, meaning freely. He don't say, all right, do a somersault, then go climb Mount Everest, because that's foolish, by the way. Or jump off the Sears Tower in Chicago. He just gives it to you when you ask. And you'll know when he's increasing your wisdom. You'll know it because you'll start to be moved by a higher inspiration to do righteous things, to do honorable things. Because people who are doing foolish things out here are not guided by wisdom. That's just stupid and foolish and sottish. Right? So that's how we get the understanding of the scriptures. I just wanted to give the process and the steps you should take if you want to learn to understand the Bible better. And of course, you must have a set apart life. And I'm not saying you're gonna be a super perfect super Hebrew, right? But you need to strive to set yourself apart, make yourself available for wisdom to rest with you in your home, to make wisdom available, right? So let's go to Revelation chapter 6.
The book of Revelation, chapter 6 and verse 1. And I saw when the Lamb opened one of the seals, and I heard, as it were, the noise of thunder, one of the four beasts saying, come and see.
See, now, when you see the noise of thunder, what does thunder represent in the scripture?
His voice.
His voice.
I got to speak up.
So when his voice is speaking, the Lord is speaking right now. But but people can't be receptive to it. It's just like thunder. When thunder rumbles, you're supposed to hear what the Lord is saying clearly, but some people can't make it out. That's why it's likened unto thunder as well, because there's secrets in the midst of the Most High speech. That's why Peter, James, and John were called the what? Sons of thunder. There was a inner circle of the disciples, and Yahawashi knew that they seek me early. Just imagine Peter, James, and John. You probably had, all the 12 disciples are all very important. But I could imagine Peter literally probably having arguments with his rib in the beginning, like,
right.
Where the hell was you?
Right.
When are you supposed to be fishing, making money? You over here with Mary's son? Probably early in the morning, Peter. How you doing, Mary?
Kick me out again.
You get what I'm saying? Your house not over here? No, he's at his own house. Okay. James is Christ's brother, glued to him. And John, the scriptures say that he was the disciple that Yahawashi loved, because when you go into actual historical scholarship, they say that John was a very young boy when he followed Yahawashi. Very young. Probably maybe 16, 17, they say. Right? So he was young. So of course, Yahawashi, that's my young boy. But he's seeking them early. So he takes Peter, James, and John up on what we call the Mount Transfiguration. And then they say, then they hear the voice. They receive the revelation. And it's like thunder that came and said, this is my beloved son. and who I am well pleased. Then they see Moses and Elijah. Those are other sons of God, but this one is my beloved son. Without him and without belief in him, without faith in him, you're not a son of God, because he's my son, my only begotten son. They received that. You get what I'm saying? So this is why when it says it was like the noise of thunder, it's talking about deep revelation. So when you go into the next verses, understand that it's a deeper revelation. It's not literal. And the Christian pastors in the seminary school, the people who went to seminary school and received degrees in this, just like the Pharisees received degrees, Paul received degrees. He said, I count all of that as dumb. Because if you don't believe in Yahawashi, you don't receive none of this wisdom, understanding of what the Bible is really talking about. I count all of that as dung for the gain of Yahawashi. The excellency of Yahawashi and the knowledge of Yahawashi is the most important thing in the scriptures. Yahawashi is the Most High's mediator, ambassador, right? How can you know anything of the Most High, any knowledge, any understanding without him? He's the one that gave this scroll to John. See? Right? So he says, come and see. So not only is he going to hear, he's going to see symbolism. John? Right? Go ahead.
Verse 2. And I saw, and behold, a white horse. And he that sat on him had a bow, and a crown was given unto him, and he went forth conquering and to conquer.
I want you to read all the way through all of Four Horsemen. I'm not going to expound on nothing, right? But then we're going to jump back. Go ahead.
Verse 3. And when he had opened the second seal, I heard the second beast say, come and see. And there went out another horse that was red, and power was given to him that sat thereon to take peace from the earth, and that they should kill one another. And there was given unto him a great sword. And when he had opened the third seal, I heard the third beast say, come and see. And I beheld, and lo, a black horse. And he that sat on him had a pair of balances in his hand. And I heard a voice in the midst of the four beasts say, a measure of wheat for a penny, and 3 measures of barley for a penny. And see thou hurt not the oil and the wine. And when he had opened the fourth seal, I heard the voice of the fourth beast say, come and see. And I looked, and behold, a pale horse, and his name that sat on him was Death, and hell followed with him. And power was given unto them over the fourth part of the earth to kill with the sword, and with hunger, and with death, and with the beasts of the earth.
See that? So 4 horses John sees unleashed on the earth. And what we see these horses do is commit to a judgment that's decreed from heaven. Now, horses are represented by what? War. Okay? When men in ancient times went to war, what happened? They brought horses. Horses, they don't fear, especially war horses. War horses are trained to stand before men and other horses and come and collide, literally, like that. And this is the same education you got to know why the symbolism of a horse is here, because it's talking about war, it's talking about crusade, it's talking about men coming and judgment coming. Now, how do we know that? Right? You put it in. So in judgment coming. So let's go to Ezekiel 14, verses 20.
The book of Ezekiel, chapter 14 and verse 20. Though Noah, Daniel, and Job were in it, as I live, saith the Lord God, they shall deliver neither son nor daughter, but they shall but deliver their own souls by their righteousness.
You see that? So the Lord is teaching the children of Israel There's no one is going to stand in the gap for you to save your children. You're going to have to save yourself. There's not going to be a prophet when I send judgments against y'all that's going to change my mind. Now we have Hamashiach Yahawashi. So when the war and the battle comes, he's going to deliver us through that prophet. Okay. But this is a time when the Lord was like, even because what Job prayed for his friends, the scriptures say, and then turned back to captivity. Daniel turned his face to Jerusalem and fasted 21 days. The Lord offered grace. Then you have Noah, who was telling everybody, listen, there's a grace period. The Lord gave about 120 years and no man followed. Noah was the man that you could save yourself through. But the Lord wasn't dealing with that. So he's sending judgments, right? Let's hear what these judgments were. Go ahead.
Verse 21. For thus saith the Lord God, how much more when I send my 4 sore judgments upon Jerusalem?
4 sore judgments. Okay. 4. Go ahead.
My 4 sore judgments upon Jerusalem, the sword.
The sword. Now, the red horse had a sword. Go ahead.
And the famine.
Famine, which consists of the black horse and the pale horse, because these are the industries. This is plague like pestilence, right? And poverty, etc. Go ahead.
And noisome beast.
Noisome beast. This is double fold, right, for the creatures of the earth, because who came with Christopher Columbus? Horses, chariots of dogs, etc. But the beasts also represent these men and the new kingdoms that were coming up. Okay, that's a double fold speech right there. Job 11:6 teaches you that wisdom is double. Okay, that's why when you go into other parts of Revelation, right, it calls this conglomerate of beasts, right? The beast, right, that the horse saddled. Beasts, those are the noisome beasts as well that Israel was trodden down by, right? But go ahead.
And the pestilence.
And the pestilence, okay, which goes hand in hand with the pale horse, right? 4 sword judgments. Go ahead.
To cut off from it man and beast.
To cut off from it man and beast. When you look at what took place over here in the Americas, right? What happened? Man was cut off. The creatures were cut off. Look at the bison that provided us food, right? That's a curse. That's a judgment that came in a symbolism of it before it took place. John received that and he saw that, but it was it was anthropomorphism, right? For the 4 horsemen. Okay. And it cut off man, enslaved man, and it cut off beasts, the cattle, etc., which caused a famine for our people. Now our people are lapping like a damn dog at the white man's door. The noisome beast. Right? Go ahead.
Verse 22. Yet behold, therein shall be a remnant that shall be brought forth.
And that's what you see. The remnant, right, that didn't suffer when death came and rain and destruction came. All of that destruction and hell is Hollywood, Christianity, what we hear about all these celebrities and what they were really doing, gang culture, right? Corrupt corporations, right? A remnant is going to be saved out of that didn't receive the mark according to Revelation 13 on their foreheads. They saw like, this is incorrect. The earth should not be like this. They see the pestilence. They see the plague that it brought. They see that the red horse, when it was unleashed, that we're not going to accept Catholicism. They chose death. That remnant is going to make it out. And Noah, Job, and Daniel are not here because we can see clearly what Yahawashi gave to John and said this is going to come. Right? Now let's go to Zechariah 6 to be a little bit more specific.
6 and 1.
6 and 1.
It's the book of Zechariah, chapter 6 and verse 1. And I turned and lifted up mine eyes and looked, and behold, there came 4 chariots out from between 2 mountains, and the mountains were mountains of brass.
Now go to Ezekiel 35 and 10.
The book of Ezekiel, chapter 35 and verse 10. Because thou hast said, these 2 nations and these 2 countries shall be mine, and we will possess it, whereas the Lord was there. Therefore, as I live, saith the Lord God, I will even do according to thine anger, and according to thine envy, which thou hast used out of thy hatred against them. And I will make myself known among them when I have judged thee.
See, so Esau came as a judgment from the Lord. They said in their hearts and hated these 2 nations. Who are these 2 nations? Northern and Southern Kingdom. Because when you read Ezekiel 35, he said, set thy face against Mount Seir. Matter of fact, bring that out for proof in verse 2.
The book of Ezekiel chapter 35 and verse 2. Son of man, set thy face against Mount Seir and prophesy against it.
You see that? Mount Seir is who? Esau. The goat. The jagged one. Right? Shayar in the Hebrew, which is a satyr. He's the goat that Daniel saw. Another form of symbolism, anthropomorphism, etc. Now, if you go into the wisdoms of the history, that was talking about Alexander the Greek and his kingdom that he set up, warring against the Persians, right, in those times. And the Most High utilized the creatures. Job 35 and 11 to show you some more proof of that. Bible Kushah, scriptures is coming.
The book of Job 35 and verse 11. Who teacheth us more than the beasts of the earth?
Who teaches us more than the beasts of the earth? The Lord created the creatures not to just, creatures are very smart, and man has learned a lot. Excuse me, still coming over call. Man has learned a lot from the creatures. Solomon said, look at the ant, thou sluggard. Man has been studying the creatures since the beginning of time. Creatures behave in a certain pattern. When the Air Force goes to war, right, they fly in V formation. Where they learn that from? Ducks. Right? How they calculate the wind, how they branch off and land. That all came from the birds of the sky. Continue.
There they cry, but none giveth answer because of the pride of
Oh, no,
evil
Job
men.
35 and 11 was more than that.
Con, this is the book of Job, chapter 35 and verse 11. Who teacheth us more than the beasts of the earth, and maketh us wiser than the fowls of heaven.
Maketh us wiser than the fowls of heaven. And this is where even you get your that wise owl, Mr. Owl. How many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop? Let's find out. And the owl is now a creature that is worshipped by the heathen. But the owl is a wise creature at night. So it became the symbol on the left-hand side of wisdom of the dark, witchcraft, sorcery, and the secrets of the dark. We know the secrets of the light. That's why Drake has the owl, right? That's why they worship that owl in Northern California, Bohemian Grove, because fowl are very wise. Why you think Twitter, did you tweet today? Because birds used to carry messages to kings. Birds used to fly in the sky and direct where the other military camp was for ancient soldiers. They would send off a bird to fly in the sky and literally see them and then fly the direction where they were and come back and land right on the general's shoulder. A parrot used to be in the ship because it would watch the gold. Who stole the gold? It was Lieutenant Smith. No, the bird was just sitting there for no reason. No, birds are very wise. So when you go into the scriptures and you want to understand something like the four horsemen, utilize the wisdom of the scriptures of what it teaches you about these creatures. I always teach this to the school, anthropomorphism, right? When he's relating to the creature or man, right? And there's a personification of something, right? Even the man riding that was called death and hell, that means something, right? It's called personification. It's called anthropomorphism, right? So these two mountains, let's go back to Zechariah 6. And the reason why it was brass, because what is brass? When the Lord said that Israel had brass eyebrows, right? That our heaven shall be what? Brass, and our earth iron. That means it was going to be hardcore warfare. Remember, he said, you're not going to deliver your sons. You're only going to be able to save yourself. Yahawashi even said, when Jerusalem is compassed with armies, flee to the mountains. He didn't say go fight against it, right? Because he said that he's going to send these four sword judgments. And he said, woe to them who have children who suck in those days. Because war and judgment was coming. That's your heaven being taken from you and being made brass. And these two mountains, right, where Esau said, let us come take these two nations, because that was in his heart since the day Jacob was blessed. Remember, he said, after the morning of our father, I'm going to kill Jacob. So he is the spearhead of these four horsemen, Esau, and his masterful, cunning hunter spirit, his warlike mind, strategic against ours. Okay. So now let's go back to Zechariah 6 to show you where the wisdom came from that John is receiving.
Verse 2. This is the book of Zechariah, chapter 6 and verse 2. In the first chariot were red horses.
See, the first chariot were red horses. We just read about a red horse, right? In Revelation 6. Go ahead.
And in the second chariot, black horses.
In the second chariot, black horses. Go ahead.
And in the third chariot, white horses. And in the fourth chariot, grizzled and bay horses.
There you go. These are the four sword judgments, right? And remember, when you even go into the brass, right, he's giving you a depiction of the time. Remember the image? Everybody remember the image of Nebuchadnezzar? You had the gold, which is at the top, which is a representation of Babylon. Then you had the silver, where his adamant, you know, they display with his, I don't know exactly what they saw, but it was an image of a man. And they always have his arms crossed like this for some reason. And that was silver, his abdomen, and his loin area was brass. Now, Zechariah, if you understand Zechariah chapter 1, matter of fact, get that. The four sword judgments as well, too. Four is also, numerology is very important in the Bible, too. Right? 4, anybody remember what 4 represents? Well, understanding is 3, and 4 is definitely completion along with number 7. 4 is also, 5 is mercy, I believe. 6 is beauty. And then I think 4 also is creation as well. Because you got earth, wind, fire, water. North, east, south, west, up, down, left, right. Right? It represents the 4 dimensions of creation, etc. Right? Which also goes into completion. Right? You got that?
Zechariah 1
verse 18.
This is the book of Zechariah, chapter 1, verse 18. Then lifted up I my eyes and saw, and behold, 4 horns. And I said unto the angel that talked with me,
God,
what be these? And he answered me, these are the horns which have scattered Judah, Israel, and Jerusalem.
See, these are the horns that scattered Judah, Israel, and Jerusalem. You see how I was seeing the horns? Again, that's it. That's a part of an animal. Horns represent power. When King David was anointed, he was a power over Israel. When Samuel anointed him with the oil, that was the horn of an animal, right? So now these horns are coming up against Israel now, right? So that's why you see the creatures in the Bible being utilized, horses, etc. Right? Yeah, Kwame Allah 4. Mercy. Yeah, I think I gotta, we'll talk about that another time.
I have the list right now.
Yeah, the list. Yeah, read the list because I was a bit cloudy. Because I remember back in probably 2010, I was doing a study on it, linking it how the Hebrew starter numbers and things of that nature. But it's different concepts, but I remember seeing 4 being creation as well too. But go ahead.
1 is knowledge.
Knowledge.
2 is wisdom. 3 is understanding. 4 is mercy.
Mm-hmm.
5 is power. 6 is beauty.
6 is beauty. That's right.
7 is completion.
Yep.
8 is glory.
Mm-hmm.
9 is foundation. And 10 is kingdom and completion.
God. Right. So that's the actual list of the numerology when you see it, that was established here in the school. So when you go into these numbers, even 4 sword judgments and things of that nature, numerology is very important in the scriptures. You get what I'm saying? Now, don't think now when you read the scriptures, don't think every single time you see Deuteronomy 4 verse 6, 4 plus 6 is 10. People just start going nutty. Stay with the context of the scriptures. You get what I'm saying? Right? So now you could see the where John, right? He didn't receive anything that was, what can I say, out of order or out of source from the scriptures or the prophets, because the Lord speaks by the prophets. So the revelation he received was a similar revelation that Zechariah saw, right? Well, go ahead.
And the Lord showed me 4 carpenters. Then said I,
4 carpenters, right? What do carpenters do? Masons, etc., right? So you got 4 horns. Now, when you Zechariah, you have Alexander the Greek coming up. You have the Persians that Zechariah and them were under, right? And then the Greeks come in and war for their time to come in. That was the brass kingdom of the image that King Nebuchadnezzar saw. So if you look at it and Zechariah seeing this, who comes and invades the land of Israel? They start warring with the Greeks, and they start warring for these 2 mountains. When you go into the northern kingdom at that time, you had the Greco-Roman Empire, right? The 4 tetrarchs of Christ's time. Those were Greco-Romans, the children of the Greeks. And then you had the Diadochi, which was divided by 4 major generals. It was in the beginning it was 5, but then it became 4, right? Seleucid, we got to study that as well too, right? So you had these 4 horns that tried to cast out the children of Israel and stake claim to the land when they called it Idumea. Right, so these are the judgments the Lord are talking about, but these judgments trickled over, right, into what we see today, North America, because the wound of the beast, right, that went around and taught white imperialism, Roman imperialism to the world. What happened? The wound, it was healed, right? And now we in the last kingdom, America. So we're going to see what took place in Zechariah chapter 6. But go ahead.
then said I, what come these to do? And he spake, saying, these are the horns which have scattered Judah, so that no man did lift up his head.
See, they scattered Judah so that no man will lift up his head. When you go into the Hebrew, that means they would not come up to a high position. Right? Go ahead.
But these are come to fray them.
See, fray them. Fray means make them angry. You ever see a collection of birds and they may be around something? Some people get out of here, right? Birds keep coming and things of that nature. But that's almost kind of like what they're fraying them. You know what I mean? But the birds like, we need to eat, right? That's kind of in the sense of what's going on. But when you go into the two brazen mountains, it's a representation of something that is going to be very rigorous, right? Because brass is a hard metal. When the Most High likens the eyebrows of the children of Israel to be brass, it's a very hard metal. And we see that during the times of the Greeks when this battle between, because think about it, when the Babylonians came, they were battling against the Assyrians, they were battling against Ethiopians, etc. Right? Then they started battling against the Elamites, the Persians, etc. Now they're battling with Esau. You get what I'm saying? During the times of the Greeks and the Romans. So this is when that battle for the birthright really begins, and we see in the end and the outcome of what was trickling down from the times of the Greeks trying to come and put their images in our books and take over the temple, etc., etc. This is the actual battle that began in the womb, now manifested as two nations, like the Bible prophesied, on the earth. And John and Zechariah are seeing it in this parable, right? Everybody understand? Right? So continue in Zechariah 6.
To cast out the horns of the Gentiles, which lifted up their horn over the land of Judah, to scatter it.
See, they lifted up their horns, right, to scatter it. Who did that? Alexander the Greeks and the generals. Okay? Did not the Romans come in and Israel was scattered? Did not Israel get scattered during the wars, the 6 Syrian wars, in Daniel 11, etc.? So that's what's taking place, though. 4 horns. Right? Continue. Back in Zechariah 6. Right? And you see the 4-headed leopard as well during this time too. So they were also likened unto the brass and the 4-headed leopard that had wings of what? Of fowl. Okay.
There was a quick question on verse 8.
Verse 8, Zechariah 1 and 8.
Okay. It says, while we on the topic, do you mind touching on the man on the red horse in Zechariah 1 and 8?
Okay, I don't want to go off real quick, but I'll jump back to that. So just put that later. Huh? Oh, yeah. Yeah.
All right, so Zechariah chapter 6 and verse 4.
Mm-hmm.
Then I answered and said unto the angel that talked with me, what are these, my Lord? And the angel answered, said unto me, these are the 4 spirits of the heavens, which go forth from standing before the Lord of all the earth.
So there's spirits before the Lord, right? And we see also Ezekiel said there was 4 living creatures, right? So he has 4 spirits that stand before him. Right now, we never seen these spirits, but we could see what they do on the earth. When you talk about when the Lord says he executes judgment in the whirlwind, the Lord sent a spirit. A tornado literally went down one street, turned right, flipped somebody's car, killed somebody's family. Judgment.
Right.
So in like manner, these nations that are coming up against Israel, they're likened to these 4 horsemen. The Lord is issuing out judgment. Okay, even Israel has to be judged. Esau is going to be judged. Okay. Yep, go ahead.
Verse 6. The black horses which are therein go forth into the north country, and the white go forth after them.
See, now it's talking about the north country. What is known as the north country? The north country in the scriptures. Babylon. Babylon. Well, what's modern day Babylon today?
No.
America. Okay, go ahead. But when you go into the Hebrew, north and south, you know, they are polar opposites, right? So when you go into even the word north in the Hebrew, it doesn't only represent anything of direction, but also means mystery. When you go into the word, matter of fact, get that really quick. The word north.
That word north is H6828. Sapan, north, direction, northward in the Brown Driver Briggs, and in the Strongs, it says properly hidden.
Hidden. Y'all see that, right? Hidden. So when you see in Revelation chapter 17, mystery Babylon, all of the mysticisms and education and the secular powers and the governments was constructed and began in the first civilization, Sumeria, where that tower was being built, when they said, let us make a kingdom and a tower whose top reaches heaven, right? And that's the same thing America is displaying as modern day Babylon that was prophesied to come, the excellency of the Chaldeans, right? So the land of the north, meaning this is not technically that modern day, that ancient Babylon, but this is going to be unleashed eventually, and you're going to hear about it in modern day history when this happened over here in North America. Con? Continue.
And the gristle go forth toward the south country.
Now the south country, when you go into a lot of the terminologies of the south, the scriptures talk about the Lord coming with a mighty south wind. Now we know the Lord is not coming from South America, South Africa, the South Pole. That is just an ancient Near East term representing mighty wind. When the scriptures talk about a mighty wind of the south, is talking about turmoil and dust, and that's what was kicked up when they came, that pestilence. Massive body counts with smallpox, etc. That's the south. News carries like the wind, right? Word carries like the wind. When the Native Americans was over here and they heard that hundreds died. Have you ever watched that movie Apocalypto? Right? In the beginning, he seen those people come by, and that was a wind. He had that dream, and then they seen them. And then when the disease, when they actually went out, when they got carried away, that disease was taken over. That's the same representation of that wind of destruction coming through. Now the plague. Yeah, you had something?
In that movie, there was like a group, there was like a family. I don't know if they was in the same tribe. I actually think there was a different tribe within the same people, but they came and they passed through.
Right.
And it was basically like, nah, we don't want no problem. But they looked like they were startled by something.
Right.
And I was like led to believe that they seen what was coming, and they didn't want to fight with their own people. They wanted to try to make it to safety, but they wasn't able to be like, something's on the way.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because they just wanted to pass through. But
go to Isaiah 21:1 really quick. Show you what I'm saying.
It's the book of Isaiah, chapter 21 and verse 1. The burden of the desert of the sea, as whirlwinds in the south.
You see how I was liking it? This is a simile. As whirlwinds of the south. Go ahead.
As whirlwinds in the south pass through, so it cometh from the desert, from a terrible land.
You see that? So that's talking about terror coming as the south wind. And also get Zechariah 9:14.
The book of Zechariah, chapter 9 and verse 14. And the Lord shall be seen over them, and his arrow shall go forth as the lightning, And the Lord God shall blow the trumpet, and shall go with whirlwinds of the
You
south.
see that? That's talking about the end judgment, right? And I got another one. I think it's in Luke 12. It's talking about destruction coming, verse 54 through 54 and 55.
The book of Luke, chapter 12, and verse 54. And he said also to the people, when ye see a cloud rise out of the west, straightway ye say, there cometh a shower.
See, you see how the Lord is dealing with creation? If you see a cloud coming from the west, just like it's a nor'easter coming, that's coming from the west, bringing precipitation. Normally, when you look on the meteorologists' pages, you see showers coming from the west to the east, because that's how the Lord created the winds to blow. Right? Go ahead.
Verse 55. And when ye see the south wind blow, ye say, there will be heat, and it cometh to pass.
You see that? So the south wind blows heat, right? So you see how the wind's blowing. You see how we're correlating even the knowledge of the Most High's creation, intertwining it together. So whirlwinds of the south representing destruction, representation of so many things, even agriculturally and in ecology. So when the Bible is expressing, right, the judgments, it's coming with these symbols, right? So this is talking about judgments, right? And primarily when it talks about these horses went into the North Country, that's North America. Khan? Right. Yeah, go back to Zechariah 6.
It's the book of Zechariah, chapter 6, verse 7. And the bay went forth and sought to go that they might walk to and fro through the earth.
See, the bay went forth that they might walk to and fro in the earth. Well, who walks to and fro through the earth? Roaming, seeking whom he may devour. Satan. Right? So there, the bay horse is just walking to and fro in the earth. That's a speech like I'm doing what I want to do, kind of. Now, if somebody get a cough, right, it just leeches on. It just moved from me to you. So the pestilence is just moving through the earth because it was unleashed. You get what I'm saying? This is a judgment that was allowed by the creator of all living, all pestilence, all creeping things, all beasts, all men. He is involved in everything. You know what I'm saying? Unleashing this on creation, unleashing this on Israel.
This is the method of which he passes it down.
Right.
From him giving the power to Satan.
Right. Come. Right. Go ahead.
So they walked to and fro through the earth. Then cried he upon me and spake unto me, saying, Behold, these that go toward the north country have quieted my spirit in the north country.
Go into that word quieted.
That word for quieted is H5117. That word is nuak, to rest, settle down, and remain. To repose, to have rest, be quiet. In the Brown Drivers Version in the Strong's, it is to rest, settle down, literally or figuratively, intransitively, causatively, to dwell, stay, let fall, place, let alone, withdraw, to give comfort, cease, remain.
Now go to Ecclesiastes 10:4.
Ecclesiastes chapter 10 and verse 4. If the spirit of the ruler rise up against thee, leave not thy place, for yielding passeth great offenses.
So what he's saying here is when a ruler is sending judgment, that's why it says these are the judgments that's before me that is pacifying my spirit, meaning it needs to take place, because this is the judgments that's upon Israel. When you see that them as the weight in the balance, right? This was what's deserved for Israel. So that's what it means, is quieted his spirit as a king sitting in the heavens. So you're not, basically, you can run, but you can't hide, in a sense. You get what I'm saying? You flee from a police officer and you're a suspect. You're gonna make that police officer angrier when he grabs you.
Right.
Instead of agreeing with the adversary, you're gonna be fighting with him, resisting arrest. It may end up dead. But when he apprehends you and puts you in a car, he's like, I got him. Whew. So that's what it means, quieted my spirit, because the Lord was angry. So this is why he sent those judgments upon Israel. That's what that means. Read Ecclesiastes 10 verse 4 again.
So book of Ecclesiastes chapter 10 and verse 4, if the spirit of the ruler rise up against thee, leave not thy place.
The spirit of the Most High rose up against us. Okay, go ahead.
Leave not thy place, for yielding pacifieth great offenses.
You see that? So basically, we all got caught up and bound in the Most High's net, right? And it pacified him. If it pleased him that Yahawashi was bruised, right, and we're worthy of this judgment, it pacified the most spirit, and his anger, right, began to be pacified until the day Yahawashi comes to redeem the remnant that was saved out of it, like we read in Ezekiel chapter 14. Most High still judging. The four horsemen are still on the earth, moving to and fro. The sword of Esau is still unleashed on who he wants to drop the dime on, drop a bomb on, right? But that's it on Zechariah 6. Now let's go into, now that we've read Revelation 6, understanding the four horsemen being connected to Zechariah chapter 6. Let's go to Revelation 6, excuse me, 6 again.
The book of Revelation chapter 6 and verse 1, and when I saw the Lamb open one of the seals, and I heard, as it were, the noise of thunder, one of the four beasts saying, come and see. Verse 2, and I saw, and behold, a white horse, and he that sat on him had a bow.
Now, right here is where some schools kind of like go off, where they say this is King David, or you'll see images of this man on a white horse, and because they don't necessarily study etymology, etymology means the study of words and the origins of words and their definitions. So they'll immediately, because it's spelled B-O-W, right? They'll automatically think it's a bow, like a bow and arrow, and you'll see him with a bow, but that's not correct. Right, because in English, sometimes in the Old English, right, you'll see bow spelled B-O-U-G-H, right, which was a tree bow. But depending on the time of the translation and depending on certain words, like the word hell meant covering, like helmet in the 16th century. So when the Bible talks about hell and the gross darkness, a covering, a dark covering was likened unto hell, going into death, and hell followed after it, right? That's the understanding and interpretation of it's going to be engulfed and covered in gross darknesses in these times, meaning understanding. Understanding is going to be lost. So everybody's doing what they want. So this word bow, get that in the Greek so we can know the context of what this bow is. Go ahead.
The last class you went over this, and I have right here toxic branch.
Toxic branch. Toxon, I believe the Greek word is T-O-X-O-N. Read that real quick.
That's G51:15. Toxin. And it says a bow, apparently of the simplest fabric, bow. And in the Thayer's lexicon, the same, toxin, a bow.
See that? So if anybody, can you share the screen? and put a poisonous berry branch. This is just an example. I'm not saying this is what he saw, but just put poisonous berry branch.
And there's a base.
You're doing that now. Picture.
Yeah, get the base.
Let me doing that.
Yeah, get the picture.
So the base of
Picture?
that word
Yeah.
for toxin is G5088, and that word is ticto,
Google.
and that word is to produce, literal or figurative, to bear, be born, bring forth, be delivered, and travail. And this is talking about seed as from a mother, a plant, or the earth. So to produce.
Come. And the reason why it's reiterated like that is because the Bible, when you read the Bible, it's the right hand, meaning the righteous understanding of what Adam and Eve were to possess in the beginning. But the serpent, he just doesn't want you to know more. It's a corruption of what he created to be good. So when you see even like ancient gods, they gave these ancient gods dominions. Like you see the woman with the scale now, that's Samuramat with the scale. When you go to court, she has a scale. When you go into Bacchus, he holds the poisonous, the Ivy branch, where you get Ivy League school, Bacchus laureatus, bachelor's degrees, etc. Right? So this particular individual had a similar poisonous branch that was toxic. If you eat it, right, you die. Okay? So this particular white horse, now we know white represents what in the scriptures? Purity, right? Purity. So this toxic branch will come and present itself. Remember, Satan transformed into an angel of light. So the enlightened ones, Lucifer, came and he gave everybody a dose of Christianity. Put everybody to sleep. Put everybody in the damn bug out shroom world. You ever go on Clubhouse and last night I was on there? I mean, they sounded like a damn circus. Well,
What is this, berry branch?
yeah. Just to give an example. Just anyone. Go down really quick. Yeah, just click on it. Right.
This one.
Yeah, just click that. As you can see, it was a toxic bow. That means it was an extension of a tree branch that he had. If you ever see willow, ancient sorcerers, right? Ancient sorcerers, okay, I got you. If type look up Willow, keep sharing the screen. Just took Willow. You ever see that movie Willow, or even a lot of the wizards, Lord of the Rings?
It's in Pocahontas.
The bow,
the great willow tree.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the actual branch. You never seen the wizard that had the branch?
Yeah.
In the hand?
Con.
No, I'm talking about Willow, the movie. Willow, the sorcerer. Willow, the sorcerer. He became the leprechaun. He used to carry the bow. Look at right here. You see it? See the bow right there, right there.
This one?
Yeah. You see he got that stick in his hand? That's a bow. The sorcerers, that they would cast spells and things of that nature on people. Is the screen sharing?
Yeah.
Right? Okay, come. So if you see, that's the origins of that. So he had a bow in his hand. So that's what John is seeing. Like it was a poisonous, toxic bow. right? So what it did was it put everybody to sleep. It put everybody in dream world, Christianity and all of the religion that came here. And that came to the North Country, Caribbean, etc. when the time was right for it to come. That's why I said Satan knows his time was short, and he moved to and fro through the earth with what? Christianity. But primarily, it came from the bottomless pit and then came up and went and conquered the world with it and knew the children of Israel were on this side of the world and enslaved everyone with Christianity, slaved everyone with philosophy. If you go into the times of the Renaissance with humanism, right? Leonardo da Vinci, they followed humanism, Marxism. All these isms started to come up. The Council of Trent creating the doctrines of hell. And they came here and said, if you don't believe this, you're going to go to hell. And this crosses the power. All of that is this toxic branch. Go ahead.
Question on a toxic branch. So this is like a root or a branch of wickedness that's stemming. I got a precept for that. I want to see if we could go with that. First Maccabees chapter 1 and verse 10. It says, and there came out of them a wicked root, Antiochus, surnamed Epiphanes, son of Antiochus the king, who had been in hostage at Rome, and he reigned in the 137th year of the kingdom of the Greeks. So he would be like in our terminology, a wicked root.
Right. Yeah.
That sprung out.
Right. It's like, it's something that rooted or like a tree. They call Yahawashi the branch. Well, this is an evil branch. Okay. Now, another example, I brought up Bacchus. You see how he has that type of Bacchus plant, Bacchus holding plant. Right.
Oh, ivy screw shit.
Huh?
Bunch of dead Native Americans.
Right. Want to get the one he's holding plant. One when he's holding, he's also he holds a harp. They got images of him holding a plant. This particular plant.
Keep showing.
Put up holding ivy plant.
Yeah, what does the harp represent? Symbolize? I know a lot of wicked Grecians having that statue.
Oh, I don't know what the harp represents. But I know it comes from the Pied Piper.
Mm-hmm.
There, I think this is one right here. Wait, is that?
That's the one.
Go up. I'll find it. I've had a picture. It's in my phone. I'll send it out to the group. But if you ever study Bacchus, he will hold up a plant too. But that's all just ancient Babylonian Druidism.
It says he's wearing the ivy.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, boom. See the plant around his head? Right, and see how he's holding that oh my bad, I accidentally pushed it. Just hit the X. Right, Twitter. You see, sharing it right there. He's always holding a vine of some nature, right? Get you drunk with, etc. That goes into all of the drunken, the people who are drunk of Babylon's wine, the wine of her fornication. That goes into all of this though as well. Yeah, go ahead.
It's the book of 2 Maccabees chapter 6 and verse 6. Neither was it lawful for a man to keep Sabbath days or ancient feasts, or to profess himself at all to be a Jew. And in the day of the king's birth every month, they were brought by bitter constraint to eat of the sacrifices. And when the feast of Bacchus was kept, the Jews were compelled to go in procession to Bacchus carrying ivy.
There you go, carrying ivy. That goes into all that's biblical. And these are the gods that the children of Israel were worshiping. And these religions that came here was only reformed Babylonian mysticisms that the Persians, the Egyptians, the Greeks, the Romans, all adopted and now is excelled here in America because our people begin to adopt this same thing. It was only the same ritual. So I'm just exposing the system that was behind it when our people came here and received Christianity. When you receive Christianity, you receive Zeus, but that was that toxic bow. So this was not King David coming out to conquer. This is not a bow for a bow and arrow. This was the religious societies that they imprisoned our people with and killed our people over. If we did not worship the image, the scriptures say that they were killed. Okay. Many of our people fought against this. Right. So now let's go on. Everybody understand? That's an excellent precept. I forgot about that precept. Precept package guy. Man.
This is Revelation chapter 6 and verse 3. And when he had opened the second seal, I heard the second beast say, "Come and see." And there went out another horse that was red, and power was given to him that sat thereon to take peace from the earth.
See, power was given to him to take peace from the earth. So this is Esau, right? Coming, the Romans, the cavalry, right? This is him and his sword. Remember, he was blessed with this sword. Let's go to Genesis 27.
Genesis chapter 27 and verse 39. And Isaac his father answered and said unto him, Behold, thy dwelling shall be the fatness of the earth, and the dew of heaven from above, and by thy sword shalt thou live.
So how did Esau receive the fatness of the earth? By what? And he took peace from it as he conquered it with the sword. That was his blessing. Right? That's why the horse was what color?
Right.
Red. Making more correlation to him being described when he grew up. Right? Go back to verse 3 of Revelation 6.
This is the book of Revelation chapter 6 and verse 3. And when he had opened the second seal, and I heard the second beast say, Come and see. And there went out another horse that was red, and power was given him that sat thereon to take peace from the earth, and that they should kill one another. And there was given unto him a great sword.
See, they shall kill one another. So that's the confusion that's been trickling down since all of these wars. If you understand even what's going on now between Russia, between China, it's all just trickle down effects from wars that weren't settled. It's from old ancient beefs. The Bible has everything to do. The Bible and the earth being the mankind's dominion as of right now is revealing to you all of the. That's why the Israelites came out on the scene and brought this ancient feud over a birthright, took it all the way back to the days of Genesis, because it's an ancient feud. So now that Esau is in his playground, he's taking peace from over the earth, and everyone is killing one another. Everyone is fighting. Everyone is bombing. Wars, rumors of wars everywhere, like Yahawashi said. But see, that was what Esau came to do, and to be revealed as the man of perdition, right? The wicked one. When Paul talks to the Thessalonians, because they thought that the end was in their time, Paul like, no, hold on. Listen, the man of perdition has to be revealed first, right? So Esau has to come out and he has to reign in his excellency, right? As the Most High sword. Then Yahawashi will destroy him. He reminds the Romans of that in Romans 16 and 20, which Genesis 3 and 15, from the beginning of Adam, Esau is that dragon in the end. And he's embraced and adopted these draconian mysticisms and utilized all of the ancient religions of that time to gain his power, and he conquered with the sword, if not excelled what any other empire did. Esau did that, right? And he's literally taking everybody off the cliff right with him. Everybody killing one another, lying through mass media, etc. It's got the whole world in a frenzy right now, right? But that's one of the judgments of the four horsemen. Lost all the horses kicking up the proverbial dust in the earth, right? Go ahead.
The book of Revelation, chapter 6 and verse 5. And when
Go to Psalm 17 and 13 really quick, just to show y'all more.
This is the book of Psalm, chapter 17 and verse 13. Arise, O Lord, disappoint him, cast him down.
All right.
Deliver my soul from the wicked, which is thy soul. From men which are thy hand, O Lord, from men of the world, which have their portion in this life, and whose belly thou fillest with hid treasure. They are full of children, and leave the rest of their substance to their babes.
See, they're people of the world. That's what white people do now. Am I right or wrong? Right? But they're the wicked, and they got it all by the sword and all of that substance. And we're going to talk about that substance being taken, right? When we go into what? The black horse. Okay, because the black horse represents all of them coming in and taking all of the resources, et cetera, et cetera. And then we in the system that we see now through the massive industries by way of their corporations. When you read Revelation 18, we're going to go into that. It talks about the trade industry, talks about the celebrities being their souls and things of that nature for the luxuries of Babylon, having to, offer up their souls. Right, the captivity of men, the 400-year captivity here. This is modern day Babylon, where that infrastructure was built and they utilized the earth to get their riches, right? And that's going into the balances, right? And that's why you see America exalting Samurmat with the balances in her hand, because they worship the mother of heaven that came from Babylon, the society that taught how to build infrastructure such as we see today. And what does the Most High say? Let's get that in Proverbs 11 and 1. What does he say about this balance here in America? Capitalism, right?
The book of Proverbs, chapter 11 and verse 1. A false balance is abomination to the Lord.
No, a false balance is an abomination to the Lord. So as we get first strategically, Christianity came. Right? Philosophy came, humanism came, right? Then what came right after that? Then you had them warships come, right? They came in the name of Christianity, etc. Warships coming, etc., etc. Brought back report to Spain and England and the rest of Europe, right? And they said, listen, they got rubies, they got all of this here. Then they're like, oh, wow, let's go take that. All right. What's Psalms 73 and 7, I believe. This is blasphemy of the wicked, right? 73 and 7. Read that real quick.
The book of Psalms, chapter 73 and verse 7. Their eyes stand out with fatness. See,
their eyes standing out with fatness. When they came here, they seen beautiful women. They said, ooh, woo. Damn, that's a Mayan right there. And they seen then they seen the kings, and they seen them bathing in gold dust and playing marble games with rubies and emeralds and emerald cities and all. They, oh my gosh, El Dorado. There's a city of gold, right? So their eyes stood out with fatness when they came here. Right? We come in peace. Remember, he took peace from the earth. He broke every peace treaty. He took resting from the earth, and no one rests under him. He literally, everybody is under him, like he rules the earth under his, that the earth is his footstool. He says what goes. That's what Esau thinks. That's what white people think. And we say what we recreate history. We came from monkeys. There's no God. Party on July 4th, Yankees. You get what I'm saying? I don't got to be a damn Yankee fan. I don't have to like you neither. Yeah, I could be mad at what your people did. How about that? I'll get over it. Right? God loves. Who said that God only loves? Let's read the scriptures. Put that down. It's about the heart. Like they rule the earth, and they think it's their footstool. It's their stomping ground. They casted their foot right on you. Put that down. Literally, ancient kings would have servants under their feet bowed like that to show their power over another nation with his feet on them. That's how Esau thinks of you. Esau did that to slaves in slavery. White women did that to slaves in slavery. While they were having dinners, it would be slaves under their table with their feet on them. Children, right? But that's a false balance, because the Lord said that he saw princes walking and servants riding upon horses. Right? So let's continue. Let's continue that Psalm 73 right quick.
It's the book of Psalms, chapter 73 and verse 7. Their eyes stand out with fatness. They have more than heart could wish. They are corrupt and speak wickedly concerning oppression. They speak loftily.
See, they speak highly concerning oppression. What was Leo Cohen? I'm just trying to feed my family. When you're talking about rappers killing one another, right? But then they want to oppress Kanye for saying he fornicated with a Jewish bitch. Excuse my French. But you could call black women bitches and hoes and black men niggas all day, right? It's a false balance. And they speak highly that they conquered you and overcame you, right? Go ahead.
They set their mouth against the heavens.
See, they set their mouth against God. That's the blasphemous horn that Daniel saw, right? Or John saw, and Daniel also talked about that blasphemous horn uprooting the three horns: France, Spain, and England. Go ahead.
They set their mouth against the heavens, and their tongue walketh through the earth.
Their tongue walks through the earth, just like these four horsemen. They came and they spoke to the natives, and the natives said they have a double tongue, and then some received that toxic branch, and they walk in their tongue through news and in their lies in history, and then publishing textbooks, and the black man comes from apes and he's a lower being. That's their tongue walking through the earth, right? I just wanted to get that scripture. Let's go back to Revelation chapter 6.
The book of
Third
Revelation.
seal.
The book of Revelation, chapter 6 and verse 5. And when he had opened the third seal, I heard the third beast say, "Come and see." And I beheld, and lo, a black horse, and he that sat on him had a pair of balances in his hand.
See, a pair of balances in his hand. So somebody was riding him and they had balances in his hand, right? Let's go to Matthew 24, verse 7.
The book of Matthew, chapter 24.
Start from verse 6.
And verse 6. And ye shall hear of wars and rumors of wars. See that ye be not troubled, for all these things must come to pass, but the end is not yet.
Yeah. Verse 7.
Verse 7. For nation shall rise against nation, and kingdom against kingdom. And there shall be famines and pestilences and earthquakes in diverse places.
It's the time Yahawashi is talking about, and that came through Esau, the damn wicked one, the man of sin, hell and death and destruction, right? And he came with a false balance. These were not good balances, okay? But he knew when he came over here who would be perfect for the blueprint of building his kingdom because he knew that we were God's jewels coming in. The Bible's going to express that through more symbolism, right? Get the lady, I think it's Justice lady, the statue, I forget her name. Is it Columbia? Not Columbia. The one who holds the balances. The justice system. Really quick, I'm gonna look for it. Just to show y'all what it's talking about as far as the balances. When we used to weigh crops and stuff, it was on ephods. They would weigh. Right? Yawanathan. Yeah, you see that? Yeah. Share that. Yeah, look at Themis. There she is. Yeah. Look up Themis. Themis. Is that it?
Is that Lady Justice?
Themis. Themis. We heard.
Yeah, right there. No. You seen it? The gold one. Yeah, that one. Yeah, that one. Right now you see this is it's all over America. You got statues of her. I believe if you go to the old State House in Hartford where we speak, you look at the top before the old State House. I believe Themis is at the top and she's holding balances, and on the other pole there's a black man, an African American man, bowing down like this. That's where the trial happened, or the homicide, right across the street at the old State House. That's where the trial happened of those slaves that turned back the ships and they ended up in New Haven, and then they got tried in court. That's where that court case took place. But if you look at the top, she's there, and that's an unjust balance. You see how she's blindfolded and how she has the sword and how she has balances in her hand. So these are balances that man held. I'm not saying that this is her embodied. I'm just showing you imagery of what they saw. There was balances. But America does what? Evoke that same mysticism, carrying that same blueprint by enslaving, stealing, robbing, pillaging, etc. Right. So what took place was, if you understand the agenda, when they came here, they made slavery profitable. Sugarcane, tobacco, cotton, right? Oil, gold, silver. So first they came out and they sought the gold. They sought the silver. They saw all of the resources of the land. Then when they took all of that, that took what we needed for provision to live off the land. They took over the fields, right? Enslaved you on the fields, built up industries. And because they were worried about you trying to seize it back, they created a military system to protect them from the basket stores and the banks that they would hold these things in, and gave you $1 and said, here, that's just a seal or a ticket to say it's like you going to a carnival. You trade in your money. You're literally paying $30 for 2 tickets that you could have put in your damn gas tank to go on a little damn ride. He's having fun. Right? And you got 2 little ass dumb tickets that they just gonna recycle to the next person coming, the next dummy. Right? That's what money is. But they took all of the resources from the earth from you, and our people think that they're rich and they don't have a damn thing. That's why the curse says, ye shall be in want of what? All things. You can't go and get cotton if you want to clean your ears. You got to go to CVS and buy a Q-tip from his massive industry that he created through slavery. If you want to wear clothes, you don't have sheep and wool in your backyard. You got to go to his store and pay an arm and a leg. Right? So that's this false balance that came here. That's the black horse. Right? Go ahead.
That word for those balances is G2218, zugos. And in the Thayer's lexicon, it says a yoke. A yoke that is put on draught cattle, metaphorically used of any burden or bondage that is of slavery.
Yeah, see, that's this all that massive corporations you're hearing about America, etc. When it enslaved you for this place to be luxurious, etc. Right, let's get that now. Next in Revelation 18, I believe is towards like the 15th or 18th.
Yeah, 20.
Somewhere around there.
I'll go up a little bit.
Right. So we could see that the Lord hates this place because of the industries and the enslavement and the stealing of resources, etc. Right.
So this is Revelation chapter 18 and verse 12. It says, "And merchandise of gold and silver and precious stones and of pearls."
See, merchandise. See, they're making the Lord's creation into merchandise. Merchants of the world. When you hear about the top dukes and the top families and the 13 bloodlines, etc., etc., the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers, that family had their hand in all of slavery. The Jewish people over there, how they got so rich and got and was able to fund their wars was through slavery. Right? Through slavery. They went over and paid top scientists top dollars, gave them, all of the pleasures that evil scientists want, because science is actually witchcraft. And they've been creating their witchcraft by being able to seek out the most elite witches to be able to perform their what they will call their judgments, to become rich and to continue to pursue their agenda and ruling the whole world and depopulating the earth, because they're just wicked. They're death. If the Bible's calling them death, what do you think is their mentality every day? Death, destruction, death, corruption, their disease. Cancer can't do nothing but be cancer, right? Snake can't do anything else but be a snake. Death can't do anything else but be death, right? So as Yahawashi prophesied, wars, rumors of wars, these are the four horsemen unleashed. Famine. And because of the black horse, there's a massive famine. Now our people are, nor'easter may be coming, and people are going to be going to the damn grocery stores seeking water. Water may be bought up. That's called the famine. You're supposed to be able to go to a well and get water.
People's at the store literally right now buying up water supplies because there's a storm coming tonight.
Right.
Into tomorrow.
Yeah, and we all supposed to have basket stores. We all supposed to, everybody's nuclear bunker got stuff under the ground, right? And they got all types of canned foods loaded up. That's not how a basket store looks, or a house with a pantry, you would call it, supposed to look. Everybody's supposed to have a corn, wheat, milk, cheese, water, vegetables, beans, right? All types of lentils stored. Meats, you got your frozen meats. You got sheep in the back. You know how long 50 sheep will get you? And then you're mating these sheep, so you ain't got to worry about ever going meatless, but you ain't got sheep. You can't kill no sheep right now and feed your family lamb. You can't do that. You can't feed your family steak because you don't got ox. One ox could last 6 months. Go ahead.
And even if you did, you would have to get a license to do so, and they tell you what season you can go and do it.
Right.
Hunting.
Right. Hunting duck season. Remember Bugs Bunny? That's just a joke. Rabbit season. Duck season. Rabbit. Whatever. Looney Tunes. That's how we look out here.
Looney.
Looney. Duck feeling. All right. Go ahead. Back to Revelation 6. Revelation 18. 18. Salakia.
This is the book of Revelation, chapter 18 and verse 12. The merchandise of gold and silver and precious stones and of pearls and fine linen and purple and silk and scarlet and all fine wood and all manner vessels of ivory and all manner vessels of most precious wood and of brass and iron and marble and cinnamon and odors and ointments and frankincense and wine and oil and fine flour and wheat and beasts and sheep and horses and chariots and slaves and souls of men.
You see that? Because this place became a kingdom of luxury. Everybody wants to come to America. You got furniture stores here. You got so much stuff here. I mean, people drive up to drive-throughs. Then that in that industry, right? Then you start having other nations mating with America, drinking the wine of America's wrath that's coming upon her by the backs and the blood of the slaves. That's why the whore that rode the beast, when that beast came here, it said that she drank the blood of the saints. So who was here in the North Country? Who was here on the Western Hemisphere when these four horsemen came? The saints of God. But we were suffering our judgment from our Lord. But the Lord is angry because the Bible says in Zechariah 1 and 15 that the heathen forwarded the affliction. He said, I was just, a little bit mad, but y'all over here wearing my people's skin around? The Lord knew they would do this. But see, John receives that revelation when it says, they shall give gifts to one another and make merry. Merry Christmas, Thanksgiving. You're celebrating their destruction. What happened to King Nebuchadnezzar when he enslaved the children of Israel and brought them to Babylon? He looked over his porch and he got high and mighty and lofty. The Most High smote his mind with madness. He said, I, the Lord, rule in the kingdom of men. In Daniel 4 and 17. I, the Lord. So the Lord rules in the kingdom of men, and Esau thinks he rules in the kingdom of men. So Esau has to go because he forwarded the affliction heavily, mightily oppressed us. No mercy, but the Lord said that this will happen, and this goes into our heaven being like brass, those two brass mountains, etc. Right? We're in hard, rigorous affliction. Right? War on every side, policed, redlined, you name it. Right? Back to Revelation chapter 6, because through that black horse, you see the marble and all the ointments and the oils, etc. All the precious things that came from the precious people of God, right? Because they knew they needed us, that came from us. All of our wisdom of the railroads and all of our wisdom of airplanes and cars and all of our wisdom in our backs playing in sports and we doing 3,000 damn push-ups a day to be free, right? That came from us. All of that oil, linen, cinnamon, odors, it came because they stole it. Then we yielded it to them, right? Go ahead.
Book of Revelation, chapter 6 and verse
verse 6.
And I heard a voice in the midst of the four beasts say, a measure of wheat for a penny, and 3 measures of barley for a penny, and see thou hurt not the oil and the wine.
Right. So when we talk about the 4 beasts, you can also parallel these to the living creatures that Ezekiel saw. Because even these creatures, when they take Ezekiel and he goes to see Jerusalem, they're showing him particular judgments as the 4 spirits that stand before God, right? So now when it says, and I beheld, and lo, a black horse, verse 6, and I heard a voice in the midst of the 4 beasts say, a measure of wheat for a penny, and 3 measures of barley for a penny. So now, we could liken that to when you go to a grocery store. Now you're paying to live on to eat off the land. You get what I'm saying? Before you owned it, you put seed in the ground. It grew apples, grapes, watermelon. You owned it. Now you're paying for it, and said, no, that costs $3.99, bro. You can't just go drink that.
Right.
You get what I'm saying? They put
Right.
a price on what you owned at once. You owned before, right? Go ahead. And see, when it says, and see thou hurt not the oil and wine. When you go into the oil, get that picture that I sent you. You go into the oil and wine, these are the precious things. Proverbially, oil and wine are precious, right? And why? See, when you go into Revelation chapter 11, this place is what? Spiritual what? Egypt. Now, who was in Egypt? Israel. When you go all the walls of Egypt, you see who? Israel. Built in Egypt. But one thing people don't know is, yeah, share that. This is a depiction from the 18th dynasty when Israel was clearly there, because that's the time of Moses. You go into Moses, that woman who went out and found Moses was Queen Hatshepsut, a Somalian, right, of the 18th dynasty, married to King Tutmos III. That was the 18th dynasty, around the time the children of Israel left with Moses, right? That was 18th dynasty, right? You can see the years, right? So this is a depiction of a tomb in the tomb of Nakhat at Thebes, right? And it's giving you an estimation of the time. Straining out wine by the Apiru. Who are the Apiru? When you go into ancient Aramaic translation to ancient Hebrew and the ancient languages of Canaan, right? The P and the B were interchangeable. Like Barazal is how you say iron in the Hebrew, but when the children of Israel learned Aramaic, it became Parazal. So this Apiru should be also Abiru, where you get Iberu or Ibar or the Hebrews, right? So what you see right here are the Hebrews. And how did the Egyptians become, if you look up this history, the Egyptians became beyond wealthy because of the oil and wine industry. What you see to the right of the screen are Hebrews making wine from grapes. And to the left, they're making oil, okay, from olives. These are the oil jars, right? And they're treading wine, etc. Right? So this is the oil and the wine. They're making oil and wine. If you go into ancient history, right? Now that's the one with the wine. There's one with oil. I got two. I wanted to send you two. But when you go into the ancient Near East history, that industry came from the land of Canaan. That was invented by Hebrews. Remember, Abraham came from Canaan. Jacob came from Canaan. When the Lord called them into Canaan, they began these industries. Remember what Abraham owned a garden in Beersheba. Abraham had wine industry, etc. He was very valuable to the Hittites. Why do you think they gave him the cave of Machpelah, etc.? They learned this from the Israelites, who now when you read Revelation chapter 6, verse 6, they said, hurt not the oil and wine, because they knew not to touch Israel, because they needed Israel, because Israel is the most valuable thing, more than what's coming out of, more than what's making them rich. The people are making them valuable. The enslavement of God's people. So that's why they said, hurt not the wine and oil. Though they treated us treacherous, they knew that it was through Israel and our knowledge and our strength and our wisdom, our songs, etc., It's what's giving them their prosperity. Right? Go ahead.
Precept on our redemption, because this is also identified based on what you broke down, who the Israelites are, because if we're the ones that are making them wealthy in the oil, the wine.
Mm-hmm.
Amos chapter 9 and verse 13, it says, behold, the days come, saith the Lord, that the plowman shall overtake the reaper.
Yep.
And the treader of grapes, him that soweth seed.
Exactly.
And the mountain shall drop sweet wine, and all the hills shall melt. And I will bring again the captivity of my people, Israel. And they shall build the waste cities and inhabit them. And they shall plant vineyards and drink the wine thereof.
Yep.
And shall also make gardens and eat the fruit of them.
Right. Now, also, there's another great precept, Isaiah 62 and 8, as well. Because this is the work we toil for. Anytime you see a musician fighting for the rights of his music, they put him to death. No, sorry. Anytime you see a black man fighting for his land in the 1920s and the 1930s, they go kill him and take over the land, take his horse. And now you got a family of whites saying, our family had this house since 1830 or 19. No, a black man had that house before. Y'all killed him for it. And a Native American had that land. Y'all killed them for it. Right? What Isaiah 62 and 8?
It's the book of Isaiah chapter 62 and verse 8. The Lord has sworn by his right hand and by the arm of his strength. Surely I will no more give thy corn to be meat for thine enemies. And the sons of the stranger shall not drink thy wine. For the which thou hast labored, but they have gathered it shall they that have gathered it shall eat it and praise the Lord, and they that have brought it together shall drink it in the courts of my holiness.
So he's saying you worked for it, you're gonna get you're gonna receive reap the benefits of what you sowed. Right? And that's gonna take place in the courts of the Lord when Yahawashi appears and he judges them. That's the courts. You know how you get a subpoena to court? The Bible is a subpoena to the court for all the nations. And they're going to be sitting there. You got this ticket, that ticket, this ticket, that ticket, this ticket, that ticket, this crime, that crime, this crime, that crime. And that person owns that. Well, he's going to reap that. And the judgment of that is death. Because you did it by what? Murder, force, rape. Right? All right? Everybody understand? Put a one in the chat if y'all still awake. Come on. Let's continue in Revelation 6.
The book of Revelation chapter 6 and verse 7. And when he had opened the fourth seal, I heard the voice of the fourth beast say, come and see. And I looked, and behold, a pale horse. And his name that sat on him was Death.
Who's that? Habakkuk 2 and 5.
The book of Habakkuk chapter 2 and verse 5. He started 4.
Yeah, start at 4. Yeah.
The book of Bacchus chapter 2 and verse 4. Behold, his soul which is lifted up is not upright in him, but the just shall live by his faith. Yea, also, because he transgresseth by wine, he is a proud man, neither keepeth at home, who enlargeth his desire as hell.
Feet enlarged, and that's the pale horse. The white man embodies that man personified, because that's why hell, death and hell are following after him, because he enlarges his territory as hell, which is through destruction. When you go into the word hell, it means destruction in the Greek, sometimes in this context. Hades means destruction. When Yahawashi, when Peter said, David said, thou shalt not let my body suffer in hell. That means in corruption. That's why he rose the third day, before his body even started to corrupt. The Lord didn't see corruption in his body. We live and we die, our bodies rot until Yahawashi appears. So when you go into that, this is how the white man is enlarging his bounds through death, killing people, and corruption and destruction. That's Esau living by what? The sword. That's how he's got his substance, right? He's the vagabond going all the way back to Cain. You shall be a vagabond and a what? Fugitive. Esau is the modern day Cain. He killed his brother, tried to hide it from the Lord. The Lord said, oh, you forgot? Blood cries. There's life in the blood, brother. That blood. Oh, your brother's actually right here, his spirit. You didn't know I'm the Lord of spirits? You don't know the Lord, I see all things. I saw you kill him. I'm my brother's keeper. Well, man, technically, you're supposed to keep your brother, supposed to protect your brother, supposed to guard your brother. Because you don't want that to happen to you. And because you did this, I'm going to put a mark on you. Everyone's going to know that you are the vagabond, meaning you roam. You have nothing. And you're a fugitive. You're a wanted man. My punishment is too much for me. When they see me, they're going to kill me. Well, that's what happens when you murder somebody. So now Esau's like, we didn't do that. Did we?
It wasn't me.
Forget about it. You know? Yeah, my fun. What they did, they know their punishment is too much for them. That's why they don't want you to profess it to them. Because they know they're worthy of that judgment. You'll see some shame cover some Edomites like, well, brother, man, I guess, you know, I know my ancestors. Well, you still gotta go.
Yeah.
I call you brother.
Brother.
Yeah,
Yeah, though they come crouching. Right.
You don't think there was people like that in the 1820s that felt bad that they people have did stuff in the past, and what did they still do? They didn't have no option. They just went through with it. The Most High put the spirit on them,
Right,
to continue and further the affliction. And
Right.
that's what you gotta do.
right,
Bow down. We know it's still a chance that you could do some wrong
right,
even after you bow down. It's the boot.
right.
And one another thing,
Yeah, go ahead.
they always want us to forget.
Mm-hmm.
They always want us to remember their atrocities, but never remember the atrocities that were done to us. But even in the law, when you read Deuteronomy 15 and 19, it says, remember what Amalek has done to you, even when you get into the land.
Right.
When you're prosperous,
Right.
remember what he did and blot him out.
Right.
So,
Because that you think about, he's killing old people and babies
right,
coming out of Egypt.
right.
The Lord, remember that he don't forget what he has to do as the Lord of all. Oh, no, I'm not gonna. The Lord says, has anybody perished innocent? No. The Lord knows what he's doing. He's a mighty judge, and he believes in equal balance. You get what I'm saying? So they're telling you to forget because they don't want to remember their judgment that comes with that.
They don't want to be reminded.
They don't want to be reminded.
Right.
They know the Lord don't even want to recompense. They like, you know, Lord, the Lord is not hearing Joel Osteen. The Lord is not hearing Joyce Meyer. Lord not hearing none of them at all. The earth hurts under their feet. Yeah, you got headphones on. How you got headphones on? Listen to all the Israelites YouTube.
Right. Yeah.
Right. So the Lord got headphones on.
I can envision that.
Yeah,
Right.
I just
So
seen
far,
that.
yeah, you got the beats on.
Right.
No, I don't hear something.
Little side joke. Yo, one day me and Gawan was talking a while back. He was like, yo, the Lord has a white woolly fro up there. Who's picking that? Yo, I was dying, yo. But you gotta understand. That's a side joke. I just imagine it though. Like his afro is perfect. Right. When he's gonna look elite. Perfection. Right? Nah, that was a side joke. God. Let's go back to Habakkuk.
Habakkuk chapter 2 and verse 5, yea, because he transgresseth by wine, he is a proud man, neither keepeth at home, who enlargeth his desire as hell, and is as death, and cannot be satisfied, but gathereth unto him all nations, and heapeth unto him all people.
So he can't be satisfied, man. That means to tell you he's gonna go until the wheels fall off, man.
Right.
His iron is rusty. You know, when them brakes getting ready to go, you hear Esau like, keep pushing. Then they start grinding. He like, use the emergency brake.
Right.
Then the damn tire, the axle break. That's his wickedness. Yeah, he just don't, he's not satisfied. He's gonna keep going till the earth is like no one's existing, but Yahawashi is gonna come and appear. He's gonna disrupt him because the Yahawashi appointed him to war with him. Yahawashi has an appointment. The Lord just appoint me, let me know when. Right? Because the Lord appointed him to war with this. Right? So we know that man who wrote that personification tells us this is Esau and his kingdom and all of his princes that serve him. When it says the devil and his messengers, what Christ was talking about, shall be cast to the fire. That's the judgment of the fiery indignation coming from the Lord from the heavens. And all of the messengers that came with him and followed suit with him, that's this embodiment of the death and the hell. Everybody that came and partook. COVID is a part of it. Oh, damn. Gotta blink that one out.
That shit,
Right.
canceled.
No, it ain't gonna cancel. So that's the gist of what we see today. All the pestilence, the plague, death and corruption, lifestyles that promote death, like homosexuality. That's death. Pestilence comes from that. Plague comes from that. Right? Back to Revelation 6 and 8. Yep.
This is the book of Revelation, chapter 6 and verse 8. And I looked, and behold, a pale horse, and his name that sat on him was Death, and hell followed with him. And power was given unto them over the fourth part of the earth, to kill with the sword, and with hunger, and with death, and with the beasts of the earth.
So when you go to Numbers 15 and 1 real quick. Numbers 15 and 1. That's where it's at. The fourth part is a speech, right? Which Israel also, even when you go into Jacob, the scriptures say it was a Jacob that prayed. He said, "Who can number the fourth part of Israel?" Right? Because a fourth part is not necessarily a sanction of something, but even when you go into the fourth generation, when the Lord told Abraham that his children were going to be in Egypt for 400 years, and the fourth generation going to come out, that was the fourth part as well. Right? So now, who can number the fourth part of Jacob? We're living, when you got basketball, right? You got first quarter, second quarter, third quarter, fourth quarter, right? And so now what's unleashed on the earth in these end times, death and hell is running rampant. Look at Mexico and the poverty there. Look at Honduras and the rest of Central America. Look at all over the earth. Michael Jackson in the 90s was a heal the world. Remember, you used to see them African kids with the bubble nose and the big bellies, but that's death and hell. Not that we give too much of a care about one of them Canaanites, because they're suffering because of what they wanted to do and play around with the devil by capturing it. The Lord tell you that in Joel, right? But read that real quick. Numbers 15.
The book of Numbers, chapter 15 and verse 5. And the fourth part of an hin of wine for a drink offering shalt thou prepare with the burnt offering or sacrifice for one lamb.
So this is just how the Lord dispenses certain balances himself. So the Lord thought it proper in this particular balance. You get what I'm saying? So this fourth partisan representation of Israel was sought out to go destroy Israel, but see, the whole world is affected today, right? And now Israel is at its highest numbers, they are working faster and faster and faster. Like we have to depopulate them. What did they say in Egypt? They're gonna do what? They're gonna multiply. They're gonna go get enemies against us and come. They're gonna remember what they did, what we did. And you know what? They're gonna go get enemies against us, and all of our enemies they're gonna ally with. That's what they're afraid of. They're afraid that Marcus Garvey, when he went back to Africa, he was trying to do that whole Pan-African stuff, right? They was like, damn, well, what if he do go get people? Well, damn, we can't sleep. We can't sleep because Esau has every nick and cranny of his kingdom monitored, right?
There's a historical source on this too. It's called the Fourth Part of the World, The Race to the Ends of the Earth, and the epic story of the map that gave America its name. It's written by Toby Lester.
Right.
And it's based on a map that was written back in 1507. So it shows that even the heathen know that this fourth part is identified with America.
Right.
And this is where, by and large, the Israelites are under captivity, fueling their nation, giving them their resources.
Right.
Right.
And you know, the Bible is broken down. What creation is broken down: north, east, south, west. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 quarters, the 4 corners of the earth, etc. Right. When you see a lot of what came here, primarily, because remember, Mystery Babylon sits in the north quarter, in the final phase of creation, in the end. Right. So you got the Bible even talks about in the Apocrypha how the earth is broken into how many parts? 12. You know what I'm saying? So there's parts, there's things that got to unfold, etc. And this death and destruction was unleashed here, right? But like we read in Ezekiel, a remnant is going to be saved out of it. And that's what you see taking place in America. So did everybody receive that? No, Zaquan, we just went a brief intermission. Body stretched, everybody, you know, get comfortable. I know people got kids in the back acting up, so sit down, right? Get them all situated. So type of 1 in the chat if you understood what was brought out about the Four Horsemen. Mayaka Allah, did that kind of help you? Put a 1 in the chat if y'all here. Can y'all hear? Okay, yeah.
That's rebellious, buddy.
I guess so. Only Izar understood, huh?
Oh, paying attention.
House of Kwan. Look at that. Not surprised. Kind. All right. So there was another question.
Oh, that's a good sign right
There you go.
there. Hey, really in the spirit.
Right. See, that's why we had the intermission.
No?
You know, gotta flip the burger. Whatever's going on.
Yeah.
You gotta season the chicken.
Some burger.
Right. All right. There was a question.
Next question.
Oh,
Yeah.
There was a question while you were in the middle of breaking this down about Zechariah.
What? Zechariah 1 and 8.
I can go back to it.
All right. Yep. And then we'll go to Yashar's question.
All right. So, the question is: while we were on the topic, do you mind touching on the man on the red horse in Zechariah 1, verse 8.
All right. That's the one I believe he went through the myrtle trees.
Yes, sir.
One and 8, right?
Done.
It's the book of Zechariah, chapter 1 and verse 8. I saw by night, and behold, a man riding upon a red horse, and he stood among the myrtle trees that were in the bottom, and behind him were their red horses, speckled and white.
Mm-hmm.
Then I said, "Oh my Lord, what are these?"
So if you understand, so when it says a red horse, that's going directly into Revelation chapter 6. That's going, excuse me, that's going directly into Zechariah chapter 6 as well. That goes right in hand with the red horse that was unleashed. But then you see, you got behind him speckled horses, because who was behind the so-called white man, all of his murdering and his bloodshed, and the rest of the nations too. But he is supremely that red horse. You get what I'm saying, right? Verse 9.
Then I said, "Oh my Lord, what are these?" And the angel that talked with me said unto me, "I will show thee what these be."
See, I will show you what these be. So he is going to show him something. Excuse me, clear my throat. He's going to show him something, just like Yahawashi through the angel showed John.
I will show thee what these be. And the man that stood among the myrtle trees answered and said, "These are they whom the Lord hath sent to walk to and fro through the earth."
Mm-hmm. So he's letting them know the Lord is unleashing this judgment. The Lord sent by these four spirits. It's a preface to what is being elaborated in Zechariah 6, and ultimately understood in Revelation 6. Now we have that spirit of understanding and wisdom in these times to understand that this is Esau, right, and the rest of the nations. When you would see war, right, in ancient times, what would you see? Horses, chariots. So that's what he's seeing, right? War horses. When you would see maybe a prince coming, and he's not going to come with his war horses. He's going to come with particular horses. If he's carrying his bride with him, you might see white horses and glorious horses. So you got to remember, these are ancient times, right? These are ancient men. And if you see Prince such and such coming from the kingdom of such and such, coming with a throng of, he's going to have some military with him, because king can't just be on the road without the people who defend him. He's going to have riches with him. When Mansa Musa went through the earth and he made his jihad, right, into Mecca, he had thousands of people with him and a lot of gold. So that was a lot of military horses. There were horses for when he pulled up, and there were horses that were glorious to see. You know what I'm saying? So that's why you see the depictions of the horses in this sense. So war horses in this sense, right, are being relayed here in Zechariah chapter 1. And the reason why the man was amongst myrtle trees, because myrtle trees are very low trees, low to the earth, right? Which means that Israel is going to be in a lower state. You get what I'm saying? And they were given power by the Lord to go conquer, right? Is that it on that? Oh, verse 11.
Verse 11, and they answered the angel of the Lord and stood among the myrtle trees and said, "We have walked to and fro through the earth, and behold, all the earth sits still and is at rest."
Right. And this is the most high showing you that that's what they came to do. They came to that's why in Revelation 6, it says that he was given power. He was given all authority. That's the white man.
Mhm.
Right, so he was given this authority over the earth. Zechariah lives in the times where the Greeks were coming to rule. So when you see Alexander the Greek, and don't think it's strange that in the book of Daniel, when the angel, one of the angels spoke to Daniel, when it says his arms was as brass, etc., he said, I went to go get Michael to assist me. They was in the spirit saying, listen, the prince of Grecia got to come. But the prince of Persia keeps on resisting me, right? And when a king has a dream at night, given by one of the spirits of the Lord, he wakes up and he starts to call all of the wizards and all of those people who interpret dreams. And if he's frustrated and he wants the interpretation of the dream because he's afraid he loses his power, well, that hand that wrote many, many tekel parson on the wall during the times of the Persian king, that was a spirit sent by the Lord to say, listen, your days are numbered. Now there's a new king coming. So Zechariah is just seeing all of this on the right-hand side, and the Lord revealing to him what the Lord is allowing to be done. See, the Lord does not mind giving his prophets understanding because of what can I say, the repentance of their heart and the humbleness of their heart. So he's showing him this, and the people that receive that prophet receives understanding. Because the first thing you're gonna think is when people that's going to Christian churches right now it don't really live up to the standards of the Lord. When all hell is gonna break loose on the earth, what's the first thing gonna do? Oh God! Because they can't see what's getting ready. They couldn't see. Oh, this is not gonna befall us. Thank the Lord. And back in church, learning nothing. You know what's a good example? 2 Kings 21. Right? And like 21 and 21. Right? Like I said before, when Josiah went, because remember, Josiah, when he was 18, and that the Torah was found by Hilkiah, Shaphan goes to Josiah and said, we found the law. Now remember, they were already zealous about, because Josiah was a righteous king. Something very important that the Lord, when the Lord finds Josiah's heart to be humble before him, he gives Josiah certain secrets through the prophetess, right? Go down to
He's looking through.
like 21 and like go to 21.
The 21 is talking about and
Yeah, keep going down. Go to like 28. It talks about
26 is 11.
go up to like 18.
18.
In Mount Range in Jerusalem. Go down.
Down this way.
Yep. Yep. Go to 22. Yep, 22. It might be the next chapter. 20.
Next chapter.
Yeah. 2 Kings 22. Now go down to like verse. Yep. So Josiah repairs the temple, takes down all the idols, right? Keep going. Hilkiah finds the law. Go down. Yep. 2 Kings 22 and 20 or 8. What? Go up. Yep. A little too quick. A little slow on the sword. 18.
18. Okay.
Start from like 18.
Okay. This is the book of 2 Kings, chapter 22 and verse 18. But to the king of Judah, which sent you to inquire of the Lord.
See? So Josiah says he wants to inquire of the Lord. So they go to a prophetess. Right? Go ahead.
But the king of Judah would sent you to inquire of the Lord.
Oh, 15. I see it. From verse 15. 22 and 15.
The book of 2 Kings, chapter 22 and verse 15. And she said unto them, thus saith the Lord God of Israel, tell the man that sent you to me, thus saith the Lord, behold, I will bring evil upon this place.
See, The Israelites now are saying, I'm going to bring evil upon this place. Zechariah is seeing an evil that's going to be done. Right? But he is comforted like, well, I at least have understanding of what the Lord is doing because I met a spirit of the Lord I'm seeing. And now he's giving me revelation and understanding. And the people who read and understand the same understanding we will have like we have in the end times, there is no peace for the wicked. So you got people now who are marrying, giving them marriage, going about their daily lives, and they're going, oh Lord, why? We was telling you why, right? Go ahead.
Verse 16, thus saith the Lord, behold, I will bring evil upon this place and upon the inhabitants thereof, even all the words of the book which the king of Judah hath read, because they have forsaken me and have burned incense unto other gods, that they might provoke me to anger with all the works of their hands. Therefore my wrath shall be kindled against this place, shall not be quenched.
Yeah, keep going.
But to the king of Judah which sent you to inquire of the Lord, ye shall say unto them, thus shall ye say to him, thus saith the Lord God of Israel, as touching the words which thou hast heard, because thine heart was tender.
See, because his heart was tender. Now, just imagine you being a king, right? You got military might, you got horses, you got et cetera, et cetera. And somebody comes to you and saying, you're not going to have this anymore. You're going to lose the war. You're going to lose all of this. You know who I am, play? I can see black kings now. You know who the hell I be? I'm the chosen one, right? He actually, his heart received what was getting ready to take place. Right? Go ahead.
Because thine heart was tender, and thou hast humbled thyself before the Lord, when thou hardenest what I spake against this place. When thou heardest what I spake against this place, and against the inhabitants thereof, that they should become a desolation and a curse, and hast rent thy clothes and wept before me. I also have heard thee, saith the Lord.
See, now imagine you being a king and declaring this, that the land is going to become desolated, etc. The people could now prepare. The righteous hearts can. Now, we've had a righteous king saying, American people, stop going to the clubs, stop worship, celebrating Christmas, stop X, Y, and Z. Right? King Josiah was about that time. No, we're gonna do what's right here. Then you have Zephaniah and Jeremiah, contemporary prophets, that's coming up in his time to further confirm what Huldah the prophet has said. What do you see? All those like town and all that, they were destroyed by the famine, the plague, the pestilence, and the noisome beast. Those that hearkened to what the direction of the Lord was, they were taken by Nebuchadnezzar and their lives preserved, because the Lord said you're going to go in there for 70 years. The Lord got more detailed and descriptive to what was going to take place through Jeremiah. But because Josiah believed, right, this is what the Lord said. Go ahead.
That they should become a desolation and a curse, and has rent thy clothes and wept before me. I also have heard thee, saith the Lord. Behold, I will gather thee unto thy fathers.
No, therefore.
Yep. Therefore, I will gather thee unto thy fathers, and thou shalt be gathered into thy grave in peace.
See, now, even though Josiah dies in war and he didn't listen to the prophet, the purpose of him being a righteous king to try to turn everybody back to the law, right? Let's imagine if we had a righteous king come over us, not what Yahawashi is, but just imagine our people could actually see those that are in the powers that be exposing everything. That's why when people come out on these platforms start exposing stuff, it's because they were amongst the elites that could say they're doing this, they're doing that, they're doing this, and it's more believable. Now, imagine a king of of Josiah's caliber having authority, can actually dictate and tell people the things that's coming, because the Lord's spirit of wisdom is on him, The Lord put them there. So now the people could make a choice by their hearts, and more people could be restored. More people could live through what's getting ready to happen. But because his heart was tender, the Lord said, no, the judgment is done. I'm not going to allow you to see it. You ain't going to see your kids get bashed against the walls. You're not going to be the king that's going to get dragged to Babylon with eyes gouged out. That's going to be Jehoiakim, right? You're not going to live to see that. You're going to go to the grave in peace. He didn't tell him how. He didn't tell him when. He just knew that he was going to go to the grave and rest with his fathers in peace. Go ahead.
And hast rent thy clothes and wept before me, I have heard thee, saith the Lord. Behold, therefore, I will gather thee unto thy fathers, and thou shalt be gathered into thy grave in peace, and thine eyes shall not see all the evil which I will bring upon this place. And they brought the king word again.
See, so Josiah's eyes would not see all the evil, okay, because of the tenderness and the humility of his heart from receiving the word of the Lord. So you got a man like Zechariah, who was a righteous man, sees that war is coming, and he publishes this to Israel. Now, of course, you're going to have Israelites going against what he says, right? But this is the Lord's. Remember, before destruction. Wait, but pride cometh what? Before the fall. But the Lord warns before he sends the destruction. Scriptures teach you that. So he chooses the lowly vessel to show what's going to take place. And because we relate ourselves to the book, now we can see from Zechariah 1, Zechariah 6, Revelation 6, according to the red horse, that was Esau coming with his minions and his messengers to destroy us for our sins. And those who hear the message and their hearts become tender and receive understanding that we were judged by this by turning back. Give me Jeremiah 5:19 to assist with what I'm saying, right? Then their hearts will be turned and converted to righteousness, which the Lord wants for all of his people. Remember, the Bible says it's not the will of the Lord that any man perish, but that all should come to repentance. All Israel turn back to him. But you got a lot of Israel turning away, hearts hardened. So we're not going to see the evil, most high willing. I'm not saying tomorrow's promise, but what's the promise? That we will be saved through the evil, right? At the last final resurrection. Go ahead.
The book of Jeremiah, chapter 5 and verse 19. And it shall come to pass, when ye shall say, wherefore doeth the Lord our God all these things unto us?
See, why did he do all this to us, Zechariah? Why he send these people, these red horses to you in a dream or a vision, right? Why? Go ahead.
Then shalt thou answer them, like as ye have forsaken me, and served strange gods in your land, so shall ye serve strangers in a land that is not yours. Declare this in the house of Jacob, and publish it in Judah, saying, hear now this, O foolish people, and without understanding, which have eyes and see not, which have ears and hear not. Fear ye not me, saith the Lord. Will ye not tremble at my presence, which have placed the sand for the bound of the sea by a perpetual decree, that it cannot pass it, and through the waves thereof toss themselves, yet can they not prevail? Though they roar, yet can they not pass over it?
You see? And so this is the Lord showing you that he is bound certain things. Even in creation, he bound certain things. And because you were bound to a covenant, you had these curses had to before you. That's why he said, yes, all of the words of this book is going to happen. I told y'all this. I'm not turning back my wrath. And so even when you see the angels standing upon the sand of the sea, right? 1 foot on the sand and 1 foot, right? That's showing you that that's a binding. That means everything in this book is going to take place in Revelation. Everything in this book when Esau was blessed with the sword, that was going to happen. The Lord decreed that it's going to happen. That's how you know this is God's book, because it's prophetic, right? So that's just showing you that the men on those horses in Zechariah 1 was the cavalry, was the Greco-Romans, was Esau finally coming to have authority, right, that he was blessed with, but it was by the sword. Did that answer your question? Was that Yawanathan?
Yeah, that was Yahawashi.
All right. The next question was Yashar's. Oh, that was no, wait.
No,
That was Yawanathan.
Yeah.
Did you understand Yawanathan? Oh, hey, come.
I got your sharp question. You can't get it.
You got it. He said, can you further elaborate on how Abraham's tithes covered the Levites, which were not born yet?
Oh, so go to Hebrews 7 really quick, right? I'm not sure about covering. I'm not sure about what covered means, but I know according to context, kind of what you're kind of trying to relate to. So there's two priesthoods we see in the scriptures, right? If you didn't ever see my class on the order of Melchizedek, that's the ancient ordained order that God designed for who he calls the Son of God. David was the beloved of God. He was the Son of God. Solomon, the son of everybody that sat on that throne was the Son of God. Yahawashi is the only begotten Son of the Most High. It was his spirit that he created in the beginning, right? And through him, everything was created. Then when he was Adam, he was supposed to be the high priest over the earth. That's how he knew to make sacrifices of offering. Abel offered sacrifice. How do you know it? Because Adam understood the order. So during the times of Noah, who was the priest in the time of Noah? Noah. Yeah. It was only 8 souls. When Noah passed, who was the priest? Shem. Right? So during the times of Abraham, who comes from Shem, how does Abraham know to go give tithes to this certain priest or priest of the Most High? Because that's the actual office Yahawashi embodies, the order of Melchizedek. Because he's the last Adam. What Adam was supposed to do in the first, Yahawashi is going to restore what Adam let go astray. Okay? So go to Hebrews 7.
The book of Hebrews, chapter 7 and verse 8. And here men that die receive tithes, but there he receiveth them, of whom it is witness that he liveth.
Mm-hmm.
And as I may so say, Levi also, who receiveth tithes, paid tithes in Abraham.
So when it says paid tithes in Abraham, this is what the author of Hebrews is trying to present. You have Hebrews that's so joined to the temple, joined to the Levitical priesthood, because that's all that was given according to the Levitical order. But what was remember David, he said, thou art a priest forever after the order of Melchizedek, living in the time where the Levites were the order. So who told David about the order of Melchizedek? The spirit of Yahawashi said, the Lord said unto my Lord, sit thou at my right hand. Right? Yahawashi is always going to be the right hand of power. He says that in the book of Mark 16 and 42. Right? Or 14 and 62, one of those. Right? So he is coming as the righteous king, Melchizedek, to reinstitute that order. Abraham, there were no Levites during the time of Abraham, but we see Abraham followed a certain priesthood. But there's not much known about him. So when you go to Hebrews 7, I think verse 4.
The book of Hebrews, chapter 7 and verse 4. Now consider how great this man was, unto whom even the patriarch Abraham gave the tenth of the spoil.
No, go to verse 2.
Verse 2. To whom also Abraham gave a tenth part of all, first being
That's the tithe. Because Abraham followed Abraham had substance. So after the war and after the spoil, here he goes, and whatever spoil he had, he gave a tenth to Melchizedek. So the Bible doesn't say, and Melchizedek went and took the spoil and put it in the temple of the Most High. It doesn't say that. All we read and all Moses was given, right, as the account was, and he met Melchizedek. We read that Genesis, I believe, chapter 13 or 4, Genesis 13 or 14. So Paul, growing up, or the person writing Hebrews, growing up as a Hebrew, all he knew was the Levitical priesthood that came in Abraham and was taught by Moses, a Levite. But what priesthood did Abraham follow? There was no Levi. But we see a priesthood. And Abraham paid tithes. So that was to show you in the Levitical priesthood, when they paid tithes to the high priest, that was a mirror of the original order the Most High desired, called the order of Melchizedek, that was in Yahawashi, in the Son of God that he appointed to have dominion over the planet, right?
That, it is, right? It's like an anthropomorphism of an anthropomorphism.
It's like a shadow. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
It's like the Levitical priesthood is a shadow of the heavenly priesthood. That's why I said the tabernacles of heaven shall be with men. That's the sanctuary of God.
Right.
That's the order of Melchizedek coming back to the earth.
Right.
When Adam was given power over the earth, that's one man ruling the whole earth, and his kings under him, and his princes, and all his elects under him.
Right.
Well, Yahawashi is going to have that. Okay? But it's not going to be the exact Levitical priesthood. That was the shadow,
Right. Okay.
of what's going on in heaven. That's why when the Ark of the Covenant, he said, I will meet with you there. That was a reflection of the actual mercy seat of the actual cherubs in heaven, to let Israel know, yeah, there's angelic beings over you, and I sit in the mercy seat speaking to Yahweh on behalf of y'all. You're the high priest that's elected for this dispensation, but I'm actually going to meet you as the only begotten son in the perfect design of the order of Melchizedek.
Right.
You get what I'm saying? So that's going to come back to the earth. So when it's talking, so go back to verse 2.
The book of Hebrews chapter 7 and verse 2, to whom Abraham gave a tenth part of all, first being by interpolation king of righteousness.
See, he was called the king of righteousness. When it says by interpretation, because that's how Moses interpreted it. It was a title. Prince of Peace. The peace between the Most High and the elect. Well, Adam, his children were the elect, and Adam was supposed to be in that light, in that title. That's why he was educated with, don't eat of this fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil. And that's what the seat of that order was supposed to do as a duty, keep this earth bound to the commandments, bound to the laws, bound to his design, where everything was good, right? But the test Adam failed, right? And mercy came by the sacrifice of the lambs, and the Most High gave that law of atonement to them, covering their sin, right? And so now we see a reflection of that atonement in the Levitical priesthood. But that was just a shadow of Christ offering himself and taking back that order, right? Now let's watch. Go back to verse 2. I'm at 3.
Verse 3. Oh, we finish it.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
after that, also king of Salem, which is king of peace,
Right.
without father, without mother.
So without father, without mother, that didn't mean that he didn't have a mother or a father, right? That's not what that means. Okay, the account doesn't read that he was begotten by somebody, because what the author of Hebrews is trying to do is, how is this Christ a priest and he came from the tribe of Judah? He's not a Levite. So he's trying to bring order and understanding of what priesthood Christ was actually in. Melchizedek. Because David utters it. And we see it in Genesis. Well, who was Abraham following? He says he was a priest of the Most High. Right? There wasn't a temple in Abraham's days. So what priesthood was he following? The order of the one we see in Genesis. Right? And he didn't have a descendant. We don't see, and thou such and such begat. We just see him appear, but we know there's a priesthood. Right? Go ahead.
Without father, without mother, without descent, having neither beginning of days nor end of life.
So now check this. So if this is talking about what we say, just no mother, no father, without beginning of days, Yahawashi has the beginning of days. The Most High is the what? Ancient of days. So you mean to tell me he has no beginning? So now with the Christian church, he was always there. He has no beginning. No. So no beginning of days mean we do not see his youth. We don't see him. We just see him in one place. But we know he was trustworthy enough for Abraham to present to him a tithe. We don't know who his mom was. If you read about many kings, it said his mother was such and such, and his father was such and such. That's there for a reason, right? You know the names of John the Baptist's mother and father. You know the names of Christ's mother and father. This particular individual, we don't know, but he was trustworthy enough for Abraham to give him a tithe. So we don't know where he descended from. We know he descended from Shem because Noah said, blessed be the God of Shem. Now, if we was to say, now people say he's Christ. He could be Christ. I'm not saying he's not. But if we were to talk about many incarnations of Christ, Christ was Adam. Christ was Solomon. Why couldn't Christ be this person? We just don't know who he descended from. That very well most likely was Christ. But that's not the meaning of it. He just appeared on planet Earth out of nowhere. It's the context of that is saying we don't have any record of his descendancy. Go ahead.
So basically the conversation was, we're searching the scriptures trying to show you that Isaiah is talking about Christ in Isaiah 53. And you're trying to dispute this by saying, oh, I don't know about this, I don't know about that. Said, okay, well, let's go back to Abraham. Abraham paid tithes and Melchizedek. Who's his mother? Who's his father?
Exactly. That's the conversation.
It's like,
that's why it's specifically to the Hebrews talking about all the ordinances of the temple being a shadow. So Christ is the fulfillment of the shadow of what we see in Genesis before Abraham and Melchizedek. That's the actual order of Christ. And David knew about it. Go ahead.
On my hand, so the original law was the first Barayat that was given to Adam and transferred over. Right? What we're doing as in heaven, so on earth is what we're talking.
Who was the priest of Enoch's days?
The priest of Enoch's days? Same. It would have been
Enoch before the flood.
Before the flood.
Enoch.
Seth, okay.
Enoch was the priest, obviously. A man who walked with God for 365 years.
Right.
We only have a few verses on him, but we know he was translated. But he was that priest. He was a man of righteousness. What do you think he was doing? Preaching, teaching, building schools, etc. Right? That's what he was doing. He was in that order. But see, the Levitical order, when the Lord reinstituted, when he instituted that promise in Abraham, right? That came from Isaac and Jacob, right? Now the children of Israel receive a shadow of the heavenly order, which is Melchizedek. That's Yahawashi's order. That's his seed. That belongs to him, though men were portrayed in it. But they don't understand this as the Hebrews because some of them rejected Yahawashi and they were still joined to that ordinances of the Levitical priesthood. Exactly. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's what it's talking about. So watch, keep reading.
The book of Hebrews, chapter 7 and verse 3. I'll read it again. Without father, without mother, without descent, having neither beginning of days nor end of life, but made like unto the Son of God.
See, made like unto the Son of God, because the Son of God sits where? At the right hand of power. Okay? He was made like the Son of God because that is the true position of the Son of God. Adam was the Son of God. Am I right or wrong? So what was his order supposed to be? A righteous king. He gave him dominion. He gave him the earth as his kingdom. He was supposed to be righteous. And he was a king over the earth. Adam. But he, like Solomon, right, fell. Okay? Keep reading.
It says, but made like unto the Son of God abideth a priest continually.
See, abideth a priest continually. That means Yahawashi has been in the heavens. Right? Go ahead.
Now consider how great this man was, unto whom even the patriarch Abraham gave the tenth of the spoils.
So now the author of Hebrews is saying, now look, if he's our patriarch, we are the seed of Abraham. Well, look how great this man had to be if Abraham gave him tithes. Like, who was this individual then? Oh, we hear David talk about Melchizedek, even in the days of the Levites. He had to be talking about the Christ. Remember, David was a Messiah. He was a Christ. But there was a Messiah over him. Christ is the Christ of the Christ. How about that? Right. Okay. So that was his importance sitting there. Right. Go ahead.
Now consider how great this man was, unto whom even the patriarch Abraham gave the tenth of the spoils.
Mm-hmm.
And verily, they that are of the sons of Levi.
Why is he bringing up the sons of Levi? Because he's trying to make a juxtaposition. Because Hebrews are going to argue with you about Christ being a priest. How is he a priest? And he's not from Levi. Moses told us the Levites were the priests. But even if you go into certain dark sentences and dark prophecies of Jacob, when he says the scepter shall not depart from Judah, it says Judah is my lawgiver, right? It talks about Judah. That's Christ. That's Christ in the order of Melchizedek. But they didn't understand it yet until it was presented to them through the life of Christ and his sacrifice, and how the atonement for sin was just a shadow of his crucifixion, and how we get reconciled back to God by that blood. So the Levites no longer, the high priest office is no longer instituted for your sin. That high priest of Aaron, as a matter of fact, was just a replica of Christ's order. Christ goes to the mercy seat for God. Christ goes to the holies of holies before the Most High. You don't.
Right.
Aaron in the veil, when he went behind there, he had to be holy, he had to be pure, he had to be clean. But that Ark of the Covenant was a replica of the mercy seat where the angels and the Elohim sit, where the Lord said he'll meet us. Huh? So the schoolmaster you're talking about? The schoolmaster is a different context. In Galatians, the schoolmaster meant the one who judged you. Right? The schoolmaster was a lord of the school, a principal. When you were sitting down in class and you misbehaved, where'd you go? To the schoolmaster, the principal's office. You're getting suspended. That's what that was talking about in Galatians, meaning the judgments that were written in Moses weren't against us. Right? All right, go ahead. Back to Hebrews.
Now consider this great man, this is verse 4. Now consider how this man was, unto whom the patriarch Abraham gave the tenth of the spoils.
Mhm.
And verily, that they are of the sons of Levi, who received the office of the priesthood.
So he's saying, yeah, you remember the sons of Aaron, the sons of Levi, the sons of Levi, they received tithes. Go ahead.
And verily, they that are of the sons of Levi, who received the office of the priesthood, have a commandment to take tithes of the people according to the law.
See, so according to the law and Moses, they received tithes, right? But now he's going to talk about Levi didn't exist in Abraham's days, but one of the duties of one who follows a particular order of a priesthood is giving a priest or someone who is above him a tenth of his earnings. You get what I'm saying? So you mean to tell me somebody was above Abraham? Yes. Did not Melchizedek bless Abraham? So that means Melchizedek was above Abraham. So the author of Hebrews is just trying to show the Hebrews that there was an actual priesthood that predated the Levitical one that Abraham and our fathers followed, that Noah followed, that Enoch, that Adam had and maintained, right? As the sons of God, right? Go ahead.
And verily, they that are sons of Levi, who receive the office of the priesthood, have a commandment to take tithes of the people according to the law, that is, of their brethren, though they come out of the loins of Abraham.
You see that? They come out of the loins of Abraham. Yeah, Levi. Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Levi. Right? Go ahead.
But he whose descent is not counted from them.
See, he whose descent, that's how you know it's not talking about he just appeared out of nowhere. He whose descent is not counted is talking about who? Melchizedek. His descent was not accounted for. We don't know where he came from. We just know Abraham gave him tithes. So there is an order that Abraham was connected to. Right? You know, when it says New World Order, that's an order. You know what I'm saying? We are the order of this people, right? There's a Melchizedek world order. Abraham was a part of that world order. When the Lord says in Isaiah, I call all things to order, by which way? The order of Melchizedek, the righteous king, how he establishes righteousness on the earth and not this buffoonery, Illuminati bullshit. Salakia. Right? Throwing up I don't even want to do it online, throwing up the pyramid and the sixes and whatever. That's an order. We follow a particular order that Abraham followed. But the person that we see written in Genesis, he wasn't accounted for no descent. But we can correlate that with the order that David says, thou art in order after the order of Melchizedek, a priest forever. That's Yahawashi. Go ahead. Yes, sir?
No, I was gonna say use it inside of an order, like especially if you're a lower rank and you really don't know much about the person who's the highest rank at all.
Right.
So just to go, we're talking about when people may say, well, you didn't have no parents. Well, you get the lowest rank, you never know.
Right.
Even above you, where they come from, you just follow that order.
Right. Mm-hmm.
You have the people that supervise over you that let you know. And we've been asked those kind of questions, following that the works of that. That's a different realm.
Right.
You can't get fathom about.
Right.
This level.
And he's trying to show you the order.
Right.
Right. He's calling out precepts. You have Pharisees reading this stuff, and they probably knew nothing about the order of Melchizedek when David uttered it, because some of them didn't believe in Christ. They didn't even know. Christ couldn't even be there to reveal this understanding like he revealed it to the disciples. See what I'm saying? So this is what Hebrews is talking about. But go ahead.
Verse, I believe 6. Verse 6, but he whose descent is not counted from them received tithes of Abraham.
See, his descent wasn't counted from Levi, but Abraham gave him tithes. So there was a tithing service. Go ahead.
And blessed him that had the promises. And without all contradiction, the less is blessed of the better.
He's literally telling you right here. He emphasized without all contradiction, the less is blessed than the better. That means there was somebody better than Abraham. If you call Abraham the friend of God, well, who is this guy? You get what I'm saying? That's the order of Christ, made like the Son of God. So when Yahawashi was saying he's the Son of God, that's why blasphemy. They didn't even understand that they were slapping the priest of God, the priest of the Most High. That's how deep this goes, but go ahead.
And here, men that die receive tithes, but there he receiveth them, of whom it is witnessed that he liveth.
Mm-hmm.
And as I may so say, Levi also, who received tithes, paid tithes in Abraham.
So that service was passed down, being a replica of the true service in Melchizedek, and it was taught in Levi. So that's what it means. He paid tithes in Abraham. Did that answer your question? Read the next verse 10.
Verse 10, for he was yet in the loins of his father when Melchizedek met him.
So Levi was just, a sperm in Abraham's loins that made a sperm, that made another sperm and another sperm, right? So he was in the loins, but there was still the service in Melchizedek, right? So this is just showing you that tithing service came, was there in the times of the ancient patriarchs, because Abraham practiced it. Who are we to say that there wasn't? You see it taking place, obviously. Now imagine you being Noah and you getting off the ark. The world should pay you tithes. You saved the whole world. I'm pretty sure that possibly took place, right? If the whole world was bound by one man, Adam, right? Of course you're going to pay tithes to Adam. Of course you're going to pay tithes to his descendants, etc. Right? And that's what's going to happen when Christ comes back, restoring that order. Did that answer your question, Yashar? Yeah, go ahead.
This is 1 Kings chapter 4 and verse 20. It says, Judah and Israel were many as the sand which is by the sea in multitude, eating and drinking and making merry. And Solomon reigned over all kingdoms from the river unto the land of the Philistines and unto the border of Egypt. And they brought presents and served Solomon all the days of his life.
God. There's another one too, Sirach, I think 49 and 13. Because remember, Judah was the messianic tribe that sat on the throne that made them the son of God. Remember when David was promising, he shall be my son? Solomon was a son of God because he was begotten by the person chosen in Judah who holds the scepter, right? David was a son of God, right? A beloved son of God, right? Solomon and on down. But then you had some wicked kings coming up, but Judah was supposed to hold the scepter over the whole kingdom. But Solomon stood in the stead of a priest as well. Cryptically, though. You get what I'm saying? There were Levite priests, but that particular line was the order of Melchizedek. Okay, where it was supposed to come through Judah holding the scepter, Judah being a lawgiver. And Christ fulfilled that, right? Was it?
I got you. Yeah.
Yes.
This is Sirach chapter 49 and verse 13. And among the elect was Nemus, whose renown is great, who raised up for us walls that were fallen, and set up the gates and bars, and raised up our ruins again. But upon the earth was no man created like Enoch, for he was taken from the earth. Neither was there a young man born like Joseph, a governor of his brethren, a stay of the people, whose bones were regarded of the Lord.
Now you see, these are testimonies of people, but go down further. I'm going to the one with Solomon.
I might have to go up.
Might be 49 and It could be.
Josiah.
It could be. I want the one with Solomon. One second. It's got to be in nowhere. It's somewhere. 47 at Sirach 47 and 13.
This is the book of Sirach, chapter 47 and verse 13.
Now remember, the Prince of Peace, Solomon. How long did it take for Solomon to build the temple? 40 years, right? During the time when there was peace, Solomon was supposed to be the Prince of Peace. So give me, I think it's 1 Kings 6 and 11.
The book of 1 Kings, chapter 6 and verse 11. And the word of the Lord came to Solomon, saying, concern this house which thou art building, if thou wilt walk in my statutes and execute my judgments.
Who's he talking to? He's talking to Solomon. If you will walk in my statutes, he's talking to him like a son. If you will walk in my statutes, etc., go ahead.
If thou wilt walk in my statutes and execute my judgments and keep all my commandments and walk in them, then will I perform my word with thee, which I spake unto David thy father.
See, he was supposed to perform that word. But did Solomon perform that word? No. And he said he will be beat with the stripes of men. He will be chastised, etc. That Yahawashi received that on the cross to be able to redeem this power back. Right? So the Lord said, I will perform it to you. I will perform it now. I mean, you will possess this whole earth. Right? But the Lord knew what Solomon would do. When Yahawashi is glorified as the only begotten Son of God, that's when everything will come and be ordained under him. Right? That's the true perfection of the order of Melchizedek under Yahawashi by way of his sacrifice. Right? Give me Isaiah 48 and 17. So he tells Solomon, listen, you perform my word. I mean, you follow my statutes, etc. You look, I will perform my word. What's that sound like? When he was talking to who? Listen, Adam, if you keep my law statutes, if you don't go left and you go right, you're gonna have dominion over the whole earth. But the day you eat of it, you shall surely die. Remember, he told that to Adam. He said it. Ye shall surely die. Meaning your dominion, everything on you is going to collapse. The earth is going to come utter chaos, and from the sweat of your brow, you're going to have to till the ground. He lost that peace with God because he disobeyed his father. Does not that sound like what the Lord is saying to Solomon right here? Yes. He didn't say that to Aaron. He didn't say that. He said, if you listen, this is the kingdom that I'm giving, the dominion that Adam said, I'm gonna give you dominion over everything. Solomon had dominion, but then he went left, right? And he caused the kingdom to split. Go ahead.
It's the book of Isaiah, chapter 48, verse 17. Thus saith the Lord thy Redeemer, the Holy One of Israel. I am the Lord thy God, which teacheth thee to profit. Which leadeth thee by the way that thou shouldest go. Mm-hmm. Oh, that thou hadst hearkened to my commandments, then had thy peace been as a river.
See, if you would have listened to the commandments, your peace would have been like a river. Go ahead.
And thy righteousness as the waves of the sea.
See, thy righteousness as the waves of the sea, meaning you cannot go up against the wave of the sea. Not the mightiest ship, not the mightiest airplane, not the mightiest bomb, right? Our righteousness is like pink. Oh, the wicked trying to rise, get rid of them. I remember when 50 Cent came out with a mixtape, he finally bulletproofed his truck. He said, I ride around in bulletproof, so what? Y'all shoot at me, I'm good. He said, you should have bombed at me. It's poof. That's exactly how our righteousness would have been. The moment a wicked tongue would have rose up against us, slay him. It's nothing to us. But because our kings didn't perform, and it's another, I think it's Jeremiah 17:4. Our kings, very much the portion of the wickedness of our kings falls on us. That goes into sin entered the world. But Christians thinking that's talking about we have to work off as the Israelites, as the sons of God, the sins of our forefathers, the sins of the king that sits on the throne heavily affects us. All the curses pour out to the people, right? That's why it's important that Josiah, when his heart became tender, when he turned, the Lord said, listen, you ain't going to see this evil, right? Because the man who sits on the throne as well, just like Adam, what Adam did affects us. It affected us. Even Ezra said, oh, that Adam would have never sinned. And the sin of the portion of Adam's sin came upon the world of Israel. That's what Ezra said. Read that real quick.
It's the book of Jeremiah, chapter 17 and verse 4. And thou even thyself shalt discontinue from thine heritage.
That's not, I mean, it might be, it's not what I want. I think I got the books mixed up. Give me 1 second. It might be Jeremiah 7 and 4. 1 second.
I think I got it. It's 4, 17, 7 and 4, 7 and 4.
No, that's not what I want. 1 second. That's 1 second. 15 and 4. I'm always close.
It's the book of Jeremiah, chapter 15 and verse 4.
I'm always close.
And I will cause them to be removed into all kingdoms of the earth because of Manasseh.
Because of who?
Because of Manasseh.
So we were moved into all kings of the earth, all kingdoms of the earth because of Manasseh. Right? Go ahead.
And I will cause them to be removed into all kingdoms of the earth because of Manasseh, the son of Hezekiah, king of Judah, for that which he did in Jerusalem.
You see that? Why is that so important? Because he was supposed to sit on the throne of David, his father, a son of God, right? And commit to righteousness and obey and hearken to the commandments of the Lord. Or our peace would have been like a river, and our righteousness as the wave of a sea. But because of his wickedness, because of what he taught Israel, no different than what Adam taught the world, right? What happened? Our paradise was removed. Our kingdom was removed. Our knowledge, our understanding, our wisdom was removed. Our laws, which gave us our wisdom and our might, were removed from us. Our identity was removed, right? When you divorce a woman, does she keep your name? No. It goes right back to the name of her father. So that's dust you are, dust thou shalt return. What do men say? See a lot of white men say, I'll pick you up from your Aunt Betty's house living in a damn trailer. I'll bring your ass right back. Bring it right back where I got you from. Right? Shut up, Hank. Right? That's how they talk. Well, that's what the Lord is saying. Dust you are, dust you shall return. Meaning my great name that I gave you, your great power, your great dominion that I just chose you. Like you didn't do nothing. I just chose you. Guess what? You're going to go back to where I took you from. But see, that's the same thing that happened with Israel. Right? So go back to Sirach 47 and 13. I'm just going over that order of Melchizedek in a sense. Right? Go ahead.
It's the book of Sirach, chapter 47 and verse 13. Solomon reigned in a peaceable time and was honored, for God made all quiet round about him, and he might build a house, that he might build a house in his name and prepare his sanctuary forever.
Verse 14.
Verse 14, how wise was thou in thy youth, and as a flood filled with understanding. Thy soul covered the whole earth.
Read that again.
Thy soul covered the whole earth.
Solomon's soul covered the whole earth. Does that sound like baptism, right? Go ahead.
And thou fillest it with dark parables.
See, he filled the whole earth with wisdom. That's because he was Yahawashi in that incarnation. If you ever, I always tell people, listen to Ecclesiastes on audio Bible KJV. Literally, it's Yahawashi talking, teaching mankind about corrections, mistakes, understandings, vanities, power, beasts. It's amazing. Because Solomon was in that order of Melchizedek. Because he was heightened above everybody with wisdom. Right? And Adam was supposed to do the same, teach the earth. Well, the last Adam is coming to baptize the earth with his soul. Everybody understand? Go ahead.
This is Sirach chapter 49 and verse 16. Shem and Seth were in great honor among men.
Right.
And so was Adam above every living thing in creation.
There you go. Adam was honored too by the Lord above everybody. You think Adam was, the way the white man depicts Adam's white guy with a leaf, like, that's a monkey. No, Adam was powerful, sovereign. I keep trying to tell people that parable is darker than by way of revelation in the spirit. The scriptures will teach you that Adam and Eve were entertained by sorcery, witchcraft, etc. That's just written in the prayer. It's too deep for your complex mind. And that's how sin entered the world. Adam was supposed to be the gate and judge it, but he allowed it to enter. He allowed it to be like an acne bump. Your whole face now. He was supposed to pop it the immediate time he gave it to, and then it happened through Eve. Serpent talking. He was supposed to be like, "What the hell you doing talking with that damn serpent? Where he at? Get him and destroy the header." But see, Yahawashi is gonna do that. What Adam didn't do, he's gonna fix Adam's ultimate. The ultimate mistake was not only just Israel. It was Adam not doing away with the snake from the beginning, continuously putting down wickedness and evil. That's why that title, or whatever man was to come up and be that righteous king, he would have to war with the serpent face to face. That's what Yahawashi is doing. Okay? Right? So everybody understand? You know, sometimes I go on, just put a little bit of icing on another layer on the cake. Just so you can fully understand. Yashari, you understand? Okay, yeah.
Can't respond as much as you'd like to.
All right, Khan, go next question.
Somebody had asked earlier, this I don't know if it disappeared, but one of the brothers asked about what happened to Elijah.
Yep. Yeah.
Oh, but Quash, so when you say what happened to Elijah, what do you mean? He was translated. But he was translated. Go to Matthew 11 and 12.
This is the book of Matthew, chapter 11 and verse 12. And from the days of John the Baptist until now, the kingdom of heaven suffereth violence, and the violent take it by force.
Yep. Keep going. And the violent take it by force. Yeah.
For all the prophets in the law prophesied until John. And if ye will receive it, this is Elias, for which was for to come.
See, Elijah was John the Baptist. Crystal clear. If you could receive it, is because a lot of Christians will debate you. He was in the spirit and power of Elijah. Christ didn't say solely he was in the spirit. He said he was Elijah. Right? Being in the spirit of Elijah means you Elijah. Like, if Elijah was taken up and promised to come back according to Malachi, and Christ tell you this is Elijah, Christ just gave you the serum to understand who he was, because he was to prepare the way of the Lord. So he said he was Elijah. Right? Because, you know, if you understand prophecy, Elijah was supposed to come before the Messiah, because he was the herald A herald is somebody who prepares the way of the king. He goes out and he removes stones. He makes sure it's proper roads to go meet another king. He said, the such and such king is going to come on such and such date. Well, how do we know that? John 1 says, behold the Lamb of God. Everything is done by two witnesses. And the spirit of Elijah was a righteous prophet who set up all the schools of the prophets. So him returning and that spirit and that power, what's that power? To draw fire from heaven. And he drew fire from heaven by revealing to us that that was the fire from heaven, Yahawashi. Right? That's going into other insights. Right? So that's who Elijah was. So what happened to him? He was translated, brought back as John the Baptist, and executed to be avenged in the day of Yahawashi. Right? Next question.
From Young the Rock said, could you elaborate on the faith of ancient Israel? Were their beliefs primarily monotheistic, henotheistic, or centered around monolatry?
So Israel was doing every damn thing. They was doing monolatry, they was doing idolatry, they was doing planetolatry, they was all of that. Okay, they was doing it all, brother. Right? But of course, we know that they were supposed to do what? Have one God. Let's go to Deuteronomy 6 and 4.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 6, and verse 4. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord. Thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thine heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy might.
He let you know there's only one. Right? Give me 1 Timothy 2 and 5. Or 2 and 4 and 5.
It says, this is the book of 1 Timothy chapter 2 and verse 5, for there is one God.
See, there is what?
There is one God.
There's one God.
And one mediator between God and men.
So there's one God and one mediator because there's two witnesses. Right? Yahawashi said that there was two witnesses in the book of John. Right? So he witnesses that his father, and his father by his spirit witnesses that Yahawashi is his son. That's two witnesses bearing witness of each other. Right? So this Trinity thing is Trinitarians and oneism, and all these other isms. Israel was not supposed to be following. Do you see remnants of henotheism and things of that nature? Yes, because Israel was disobeying that one power. Right? Read that again.
It says, for there is one God and one mediator between God and men, the man Christ Jesus.
See that? So the mediator between man and God is Christ.
I got the definitions of those for you.
Yeah, go ahead. Oh,
go
ahead.
So monotheism is the belief in one supreme deity,
right?
Yahweh. The central tenet of ancient Israelite religion is as depicted in the Hebrew Bible. Over time, the idea of a single all-powerful God became increasingly prominent, particularly during the period of the Babylonian exile. Henotheism. Henotheism is the worship of one God without denying the existence of other gods. In ancient Israel, there are indications that the people may have acknowledged the existence of other deities while primarily worshiping Yahweh.
So that goes into, so when you deal with henotheism, for example, Moloch, right?
Right.
I've seen Israelites do that. They believe Moloch is an actual spirit, it's an actual spiritual being, and they've made images to it. You get what I'm saying? So that's what henotheism is. They believe, okay, so Israelites believe there's one God, but then there's a spiritual power that has dominion somewhere. And that spiritual power is battling with this. This is where you get all of the Marvel comic, stories from. It's really just ancient spiritual powers fighting with each other. All of them are Saturnian. That's where the 6-point shield come from. That Saturnian aspect that was taken and perverted. Go ahead.
I was gonna say I've always looked at henotheism like in Exodus in the book of Exodus it calls the Israelites judges, but the Hebrew word is our higher person. These are as gods,
right?
But not in a divine sense where we're being worshipped. So I've always looked at that, not explained it, but looked at it like we're gods.
Right.
We acknowledge other gods, but we're powers necessarily, but we're not divine and majestic like the Most High Himself.
Right.
And not worshipped as He is.
Right.
But we have the powers and capabilities that He created us with, in His image as God. I've never looked at it divinely, like to break it down that particular way, to look at it that way. So I've always stuck to monotheism, to not have anybody kind of go astray with that understanding that, from what you just explained, that, there's more than like in Greek mythology, Zeus, Poseidon,
exactly.
Yahweh above everything. So.
Right. A lot of that comes from Essenes, though. See, that's why I said there's a lot of different ologies, because when you go into like doctrines of fallen angels, they tell you that the demons are the spirits of the giants. The Lord is the spirit of all spirits. He created spirits for their reasons. You get what I'm saying? That's how He governs the universe, spirits, etc. So all of these ideologies started to come about through societies that, like you see Christianity, the Christian divisions, right? Israelites, remember, they tapped into a lot of worship of the planets. When you go into the worship of the planets, this is how they perverted the shield and making an image. When Israel came out of Exodus, they said, let us make an image to His name. And they built what? Moloch or Korah. If the Lord didn't have His following get swallowed up by the earth, you would have two forms of a Torah. And then everybody would hear a different narrative and be like, no, it was Korah that brought, because Korah was walking with Moses right outside with him. Now, could you imagine the narrative of Korah? No, the Lord opened up the Red Sea. He would have been writing on top of bullshit. And then it would be two forms. That's what Jeroboam did. That's how the Samaritan Pentateuch became about. That's why the Samaritans, Israelites to the north, were warned against those in the south. That's why Yahawashi said, this mountain on this, because they believed in worth that was the holy mountain, Mount Gerizim, which is biblical. Oh no, the Lord chose this place. That was a vain philosophy from the northern kingdom, Ephraim. They built a temple to the Most High too, on Mount Gerizim. So now people are like, well, which place do we go to worship the Lord? Samaria, Gerizim, or Zion, Judah, Jerusalem? That's why Yahawashi said they're not going to worship the Most High on this mountain, neither in Jerusalem, because the temple was going to be taken away and you're going to worship Him in spirit and in truth. So how do you worship Him, mono, one God, in spirit and in truth? Law, statutes, commandments. That's why the first scripture I gave was Deuteronomy. I, the Lord God, is one Lord. Paul taught there is one God. He's the master of all so there is no other outside of that. He's in control of it all. Otherwise, He would not be God. Give me Ecclesiastes 8:8, I think. There is nothing that the Lord bound to what it is as a creation. He has supreme. You can't be like, when people do this out of body experience crap, that's just something playing in sorcery, right? But guess what? The Lord, who knows man's goings, you're not gonna kabod. You're not gonna be like, I will no longer be kabod, but I will shapeshift and be such X, Y, and Z, and the Lord ain't gonna know I did it. No, you are in the Lord's box, right? You ain't gonna become some other being and have power to do that. You were created, boom, as you were. The Lord created Satan as a power on his left hand to do his evil judgments.
Right.
Okay, the Lord is God. It's one. And Yahawashi established that. It's nothing outside of him moving without his authority. That's what he knew. If you go into the story of Jephthah, they like to use the story of Jephthah when the Ammonites came, and it talks about their God and how it was relayed in the passage. Sounds like that God just did his own self-willing thing, but that's not the case. You know, the Most High has power over all spirits, right? Right. It might be Ecclesiastes 8 and 8.
Ecclesiastes 8,
Yep.
8. There is no man that has power over the spirit to retain the spirit.
See that?
Neither he.
So if the Lord wanted you to die tonight, you ain't gonna be like, remember, was it Roger Rabbit when the weasels died at the end? Y'all saw that? Y'all love me, y'all a little young. You ever saw the movie Roger Rabbit? The weasels was laughing so hard at the end. It's a little comical little Warner Brothers movie. It was a cartoon, so you know cartoons they play do cartoon things. So the weasels was dying, and they showed you that it was dying, and their tongues falling off, and their souls was leaving their bodies, and one was trying to grab his soul, like, no, you ain't leaving me. You're not gonna be able to retain your spirit. The Lord said, I want such and such tonight. That's it. You are bound to that vessel. You are bound to who you are. You're not going to escape. When your spirit goes up, that's who you are for eternity. That's who you are. That's what He created you to be. Right? Go ahead.
It says, there's no man that has power over the spirit to retain the spirit, neither hath he power in the day of death. And there is no discharge in that war, neither shall wickedness deliver those that are given to it.
You see that? There's no discharge in that war. See, you're not, what can I say? You cannot be your own being without the Most High creating you to be that being and be committed to what He created you to be. He's the Most High. He created Yahawashi. And guess what? Yahawashi, His almighty power and authority that He gave Him. The scriptures say Yahawashi doesn't even know the day when He's coming back. The Father's going to appoint Him. So who's the omnipotent, omniscient one? The Most High. Okay? And whatever He displayed to Yahawashi, whatever He desires to give to Yahawashi, that's what He gives to Him. But Yahawashi never put Himself above the Most High, equal to the Most High, because He is the Christ as the Most High designed Him to be from the beginning. Ain't nobody going to come. That's why it's so wicked to say, I am the Christ. No, the Most High didn't make you the Christ. He made Yahawashi the Christ. There's no discharge in that war. All right, your spirit, you cannot go outside of the being the Most High created you to be. You can't. Your spirit that you is in your body now is going to meet the Most High one day. It's going to sit and it's going to wait, and then He's going to be whatever He told you to be, and that's how it goes, man. That's the great circle of life, right? Yeah, go ahead.
Monolatry. Monolatry involves the recognition of the existence of multiple deities while focusing exclusive worship on one particular deity.
Wait, read that again.
Monolatry involves the recognition of the existence of multiple deities while focusing exclusive worship on one particular deity. Some scholars argue that ancient Israelite religion, especially in its early stages, exhibited monolatrous tendencies with an emphasis on the worship of Yahweh while acknowledging the existence of other divine beings.
But this is just, like I said, there is other divine beings. Okay, but the question is, now when the Bible says, let us make man in our image, or in God, the angels did assist in creation. The Elohim. There are multiple different spirits of heaven. And see what the Most High, not the Most High, what Esau loves to do is he likes to divide and conquer. I'm a monotheist. I'm a monotheist. I'm a henotheist. Yeah, I'm a binary.
I'm an atheist.
I'm a saint.
Right.
That's how he just divides and he conquers, because he wants everybody warring with each other. And Cat Williams was saying a lot of stuff. But with Cat Williams, the Lord is not impressed with what Cat Williams saying. You know why? Because it's just black on black crime. Steve Harvey. All you're doing is just talking about the comical world and going against everybody in the comical world. Yeah, I thank you for exposing a lot of it. I'm not taking away from that, but it's no different than sometimes when Charleston White does. It's just giving you somebody to argue with. The bigger picture is Christ is coming back to judge the world. Put down the pork, put down the Christmas tree, turn back to God, keep the law, statutes, and commandments by faith in Christ. If we was to all come under that order, we'll be out of here very soon.
Right.
But these are just terminologies, and these are just other isms, like I said. It's the same. The Bible teaches there are spiritual divine beings, but they want to put you, oh, you're not a. No, I'm a believer of Deuteronomy 4:6. No, you're not. You're a henotheist. No, you're a monolatrist, right? That's what you are. No, bro, I'm a Bibleist. Let's go to Deuteronomy. That's what I am. But it's no different than when we believe in when we debate with certain against certain isms like Trinitarianism, oneism, right? Those are big concerning Godhead. The word Godhead simply means divine nature.
Right.
When Christians see the Godhead, they see Father, Son, Holy Spirit, equal in authority, diverse persons. Makes no sense to us because we read the Bible. So what we believe is Christ was created by the Father, and he's a subordinate of the Father. They call that subordinatism, which goes into a man who taught that by the name of Arius and disputed it with the council at Nicaea, which we agree with. So they say, you believe in Arianism. No, I believe in what the Bible says, man. But they'll label you an Arianist. You get what I'm saying? So though we would by secular order be Arianists, we don't call ourselves Arianists. We just teach that Christ was a creature created by the Father. He created everything the Father told him to create, and he's subordinate to the Father. Right? Go ahead.
What you're just saying about Yahawashi had a small book I was actually reading about, and how he was disputing the Trinitarian doctrine. And so I got asked Yahawashi that I thought the way the book was articulating and explaining it from the Trinitarian perspective, like it was kind of foggy reading it. It wasn't until after I realized and I asked Yahawashi about it, they made him look like the bad guy and everything. He was
right there with that's why I have that same book. I got that book back in like 2000 and probably like 9. And when I was reading that book, it's the one with Constantine on it, right? The fake image of Constantine. So what you got to understand about councils is you have to, when you read anything about a council, you have to read the other perspectives of the councils, because there are many authors that wrote about people's opinions. Like you could go on for days. Michelangelo was at councils. Okay, like people that were artists of that time, major figures and things of that nature, like major people came to big councils because it was going to affect their industry or whatever industry they were involved with. You were a smith, whatever, because remember it was church, and that's what it was about. So people had to go and meet. So there were big councils with major figures, okay, and people will argue and debate on what society should follow, like at the Council of Trent. This is where you get a lot of the fallen angels saying the church does not accept hell. There's some people say, no, the Bible don't talk about hell. Shut up. If we teach hell, the people would fear and continue to pay King Louis. Like those were the Catholic Church's tactics. If we say such and such, oh, you know what? If we do teach hell and say that this is hell, so write a book of commentary, put commentary in there. Let's try to publish another format of script. Let's educate the people in seminary school that, and let's come up with a doctrine. But Greeks taught Hades, right? But then they'll talk about this fiery place just so the people would fear the Pope, not fear Christ, because he's telling you eat pork, do this, but he's telling you to fear what he says. That's why he says that they learned the fear of God by the what? Traditions of men. Right? Get that in Isaiah 29:13. That's all that this is.
Right. It's the book of Isaiah, chapter 29, and verse 13. Wherefore the Lord said, for as much as this people draw near me with their mouth.
You know the Bible, you quote the Bible, you say, Lord, Lord, right? You know, I'm henotheist. Go ahead.
For as much as this people draw near me with their mouth and with their lips to honor me, but have removed their heart from me, and their fear toward me is taught by the precept of men.
Taught by the precept of men, right? By the commandments of men. What do you think was happening in all these councils? A man commanded it, and it became what? Law by the church, not by God's words. He didn't form those organizations by his words. The king did, right? There was a lot of different disputes and different, even during the times of Maccabees, you see that happen with the priesthood. That's how the Pharisees and the Sadducees came about. And the priesthood that went to Egypt under Onias, that's how the Onians, that's how that came about. And then eventually those people, the Onians, then when the church came about and grew in Europe, North Africa had effect. And then they started going into the debates in Europe and joining the councils. You had people called the Donatists who followed, I forget his name, is Donna, I forget his name. But anyway, they started teaching that unless you are pure, without sin, you can't become a priest. Only person that's pure without sin is Christ. So they really exalted people as pure without skin, and they were called the Donatists. So you had many different isms, ists, and all of that back then. That happened in ancient Israel too, but kings like Josiah and came to destroy these cults. Okay, and he tried to bring everybody back to, well, quote unquote Judaism, the religion of Judah, but he didn't succeed in that fully. Christ is going to do that, convert everybody back to the laws. Okay, that's it, right?
One more question.
All right, Con, then we'll wrap it up.
All right. Questions from Ayathan. It says, Shalom, Elder. I have a question about speaking in tongues according to the Christian church and where and when it started. Can you expound on that?
So I do not have an exact date on when tongues was started. Okay, but the speaking and the shit about a Honda and all of that.
He tied a bow tie.
Yeah, he tied a bow tie. Future talk. It's nothing new, man. It's nothing new. Type up Bacchus rituals really quick. Did you Ayathan, did you want like more understanding on Corinthians 14, or you just wanted to know the origins? Bacchanalia.
On YouTube or you want?
So I got a little bit for you.
Talking about the
Two.
All right, I think because this is one. Go to. I got the link right here. Is there any way I could? I'm gonna send you this link.
1 second.
LearnReligions.com. Right? Because this is where a lot of that comes from. Learnreligions.com. And then Bacchus, put learnreligions.com and put Bacchus next to it. Bacchus, Roman god. No, just put a space. It's just going to come up. Space Roman god. All right, yeah, type that, right? Go down. There should be a link called learnreligions.com. Right there. Is that one? Is that it? Yeah, type that. That's a different god. Go to Bacchus in a search. Might be, yep. Type Bacchus. Show the screen. Let's see with church. Yeah. The reason why I always bring up this stuff is because I like to cast down a lot of the imaginations that's coming up in church, because you have to show the origin of these things. It's a must, because all of these ideologies and all these vanities come from the idols of the other nations, who the Most High told you not to follow or be like, right? Yep, go ahead.
This is from Learn Religions. Bacchus, Roman god of wine and fertility. First paragraph.
So what they would do is they would get drunk. If you add wine and fertility together, what's that? What's wine and fertility? Sex. Lots of it. Everybody get drunk and start having sex with the next person, with the person right next to you. Right until the point where it becomes so demonic, like it looked like P. Diddy parties, you just start speaking gibberish. Okay, but go ahead.
This is by Patty Wigington, June 25th, 2019.
Skip all that.
Bacchus was a Roman agricultural god who was associated with the harvest, particularly that of grapevines. The son of Jupiter by a human woman, Bacchus was said to wander the world, educating people about the delightful wines that can be made from grapes.
See, he's this. Now, think about it. The Greeks are talking about some fallen angel type philosophy. That's what that sounds like. He had sex with a woman and taught her things. So here you have another society of Israelites saying that these fallen angels came down, had sex with women, and taught them things. This is all heathen stuff. That's why the church adopts those same narratives and actually take upon their same rituals. But go ahead.
Much like his Greek counterpart, Dionysus.
That's who Alexander the Greek worshipped.
Bacchus earned the title of party god.
I seen a clip of church in Atlanta. Did y'all see that? Man, I got that swag.
Yeah.
The whole church.
White surfing and two stuff.
I'm like, what does this have to do with the Bible?
He saved 150 souls in.
Oh my Lord. Go ahead, Doc. Now watch, here it go.
Bacchus earned the title of party god. In fact, a drunken orgy. A drunken orgy is still called a bacchanalia.
Yeah.
And for good reason. Devotees of Bacchus whip themselves into a frenzy of intoxication.
See, a frenzy of intoxication. So when you see you drunk in the spirit, say it. Drunk talk, gibberish. That's what these rituals, and that's what they were doing the same thing. Yeah, bacchanalia.
That's where it comes from. Buck naked.
Buck naked.
Yeah, buck naked. Yeah, stupid. And in the spring, Roman women attended secret ceremonies in his name.
In the spring, Roman women attended secret ceremonies. So even when you have now the eggs of Easter, Ishtar, okay, which is her fertility. A lot of Israelites started adopting rituals with with eggs during the Passover season because they embraced Babylonian Talmudism, right? The worship of her egg, right? When they brought that into, that's all. Those are all of the things that Yahawashi was going against. A lot of those oral traditions of man,
Right.
okay. A lot of that was coming into the temple of the Second Temple era. Yahawashi was rebuking, right? This was Zoroastrianism and things of that name, things of that manner came from for her fertility. That's why when you go into the springtime, right, you have April, May, June. Those are the different titles she comes under: Abril, Maya, and Juno. Okay, those are female deities, same deity, but they honor her, goddess of fertility, in that she was born from this egg, Easter, right? And this is how our people fornicate with her by celebrating Easter. That's why they call her the agricultural god, the goddess of the spring, etc. Right? Watch Hollywood every springtime of how Women's Month and all this. You're gonna start seeing it on the rise. Movies come out, Wonder Woman, etc. during these times to honor the mother god, right? But go ahead.
Bacchus was associated with fertility.
With fertility, how is a man associated with fertility? Penis, worship of the male penis, pedophilia, etc. And he was a Pied Piper in folklore and in heathendom. But I'm bringing this out because if you study these rituals, this drunken frenzy and party that the church got going on is where this comes from. It's nothing to do with Christ. Go ahead.
Bacchus was associated with fertility, wine, and grapes, as well as sexual free-for-all.
And that's what the church has become. You only are what you originate from. Look at the church. That was what it was all about. Bacchus frenzies. Go ahead.
Although Bacchus is often linked with Beltane and the greening of spring.
See, the greening of spring. Believe it or not, Hulk is an avatar today that kids worship, being that green god, or Osiris, the fertility god, right? Go ahead.
Because of his connection to wine and grapes, he is also a deity of the harvest. A celebration is held in his honor each year at the beginning of October. God damn, going at it. Bacchus is often portrayed crowned with vines or ivy.
Well, it really is crowned. But
Oh,
I think they made a mistake. Yeah.
Crowned with vines of ivy. His chariot is drawn by lions, and he is followed by a group of nubile, frenzied priestesses.
See, frenzied priestesses. I try to tell y'all, your modern day celebrities, they conjure these spirits, they conjure these ideologies up, and this is why you see female woman. Think about it. You have celebrities that have loyal female followers. Give me Ezekiel 8:14. They're called Maenads, screaming, pulling out their hair, right? Trying to run down these celebrities. These are Bacchus rituals. You think it's just, this is not normal, but you think it's normal because you're in Babylon. But it's great confusion to the Lord. Like, they're worshiping this person, right? Because they believe that they are in the flesh incarnates of these gods. Okay, they believe that. You know, don't just believe the hype that Beyonce, that Beyonce is just Beyonce. No, Beyonce is dealing with Sasha Fierce. She worships Sasha Fierce, and she believes she's taken upon this god, but there's a demon in her. Right? And she has priestesses and frenzied priestesses as well. Right? Because they honor Samurma. Right? The beehive. But the original queen bee is Deborah. Right? You're gonna look at what her name means, right? be. She's the original blueprint or the format of what the young woman should be following and honoring. Deborah, that's what her name is. And Beyonce thinks she's some type of Deborah with her voice, but she's not. Right? Go ahead.
Frenzied priestesses known as Bacchus. Sacrifices to Bacchus included the goat and the swine, because both of these animals are destructive to the annual grape harvest. Without grapes, there can be no wine. Bacchus has a divine mission, and that is his role of liberator. During his drunken frenzies,
He's all about being drunk and frenzied. So when you look at the Christian church, right? When you look at the Christian church, it's all about, come on, it's just crazy. You never hear of a synagogue doing that. Even when David set up priests, he called them scholars. Right. I mean, when set up musicians, he called them scholars, right? They were scholarly, skillful, classical players. I truly believe that there are a lost book of notes that they won't show you, that the music that was played from the temple. I believe, think about it. If we heard the sounds that were behind the Psalms, the high frequency the earth would be on, right? When you hear like Beethoven and Mozart and all these men, right? How you think we were able to hear what it sounded like back then because of musical notes? See what I'm saying? When you go into the church, the vibration that they are on is low frequency, drunken frenzy.
Right.
Yeah. It's not high frequency. It's low frequency. What did you learn when you come from churches? Oh yeah. You go back right to the same demon. Right. You see what I'm saying? So that's what the church is doing right now. They're just following Bacchus rituals. They practice Bacchanalia. But go ahead.
Really quick. When you mentioned the slaughter of the pig, exactly what happened back in this.
Right. To Jupiter. Right? Who was Bacchus's what? Father. Go ahead.
During his drunken frenzies, Bacchus loosens the tongues of those who partake of wine.
And son, you reading that? I mean, you hear that?
During his drunken frenzies, Bacchus loosens the tongues.
He does what?
Loosens the tongues.
Free your spirit. Free. Come on, say it. Receive the spirit. Shit. Come on, say it. That's the spirit of Bacchanalia. Loosening your tongue. You're not saying anything, but you're just saying whatever you want. And then you that's what they doing. Go ahead. Oh, was you in that room?
No, Hassan, I forgot where he put it, but he posted some room, but they were saying all that. I was tired.
I still have one. I have one.
I got one too.
I have
That's a good one.
I have
a
hilarious one. I want you to read that sentence again and keep repeating it until I get to this video that I have.
During his drunken frenzies, Bacchus loosens the tongues of those who partake of wine and other beverages.
Drunk with the wine.
So I got a precept while you find that.
Yeah, go ahead.
So check this out. When at Pentecost, when they spoke in tongues and they uttered the languages of those people who were coming from those other nations so that they could hear about Christ. In Acts chapter 2 and verse 13, it says, others mocking said, these men are full of new wine. So they were accusing them of participating in a Bacchus ritual, and not speaking based on what the Holy Spirit was giving utterance, so they could hear it in their language.
Right, y'all have to. If y'all want to really learn, Bacchus is one of the major deities that the church is following. Why do you think Bishop T.D. Jakes is coming out now? He coming out the closet with a lot of bones in his closet. Right. Because that's what he is. He's a Bacchanalian. He is not who he says, but swallowed. Y'all seen that one?
Wow.
Walloed. Yo, I was like, yo, it's believable after seeing that clip. Because that is crazy.
You seen the cop? The cop was dancing in front
Yo,
Yeah, play that clip if you can. Go on YouTube and type cop dancing in front of TD Jakes. Just type that.
Nah.
Yes.
No, so we can show you this. This is the drunken frenzy in the orgy. This is the orgy. We got to expose, man. Crazy. I had one in my phone. I know it's somewhere. How you doing? You still there? Yeah. See, look, this is a priest of Bacchus.
Right. So what you do? That's what we bring up.
Yeah, play.
It's an hour, so I got to find those.
That's 1 minute.
Oh, that's one.
He's sitting there smiling. Yahawashi would have whipped him in his back. You listening to the Clay and Beyonce, man.
Look at big smirk on his face.
The movement he got going on. Like,
Clay and Beyonce.
really getting excited about this?
A known
Like,
witch.
nah, bro. Tell me it ain't so. Tell me it ain't so. But hey, my judge, allegedly, whatever the case that came out, I know it's gonna come out. But you can look at it yourself.
You think that's terrific? Keep going. He did a split. He did a split after that.
Here it is. I got it. All right. So I was in this room. They think that this is the spirit of the Lord, though, right? I got it. Let me play it up to the speaker really quick. Yeah, bring it up there. I mean, yeah, they should be able to hear. It's loud enough, right? Oh, I accidentally pressed the hold on one sec. There you go.
All the angel God Almighty preached unto Gentiles will land on in the world. I'm trying to cry now. So sing up into glory,
What did he just say?
The broccoli stories with broccoli.
Listen to what he said.
He ordered food.
What did he say?
Broccoli with steak and cheese.
Loosen your tongue. Right? Did y'all hear that? Now, what they'll say is to correlate that with Corinthians 14. What would they say? Interpret that. Says, I got the gift of interpretation of tongues. What did he say? He said, the Lord said, you're going to be blessed. Sister Deborah is healed. Like, what? Why did he just say that? Why didn't he just say that in English?
In English.
Right.
You saying that the Lord.
But he got to say all this gibberish, and then all of a sudden we got it.
Right.
It's just madness, man. So, you know, I was in that room. I was in the audience. I'm not even dead. I pray for my people, man. I love my people. I wish they come up out of that. But read that again.
It says, during his drunken frenzies, Bacchus loosens the tongues of those who partake of wine and other beverages, and allows people the freedom to say and do what they wish.
Whoa! Whatever he said. Say whatever you want. Do whatever you want to do. Doesn't that sound like the lawless church too? Dude, that's a satanic cult. But don't tell that to the church, right? Go ahead.
I said the Bacchus split.
Did a Bacchus. And they're playing all the single ladies.
Right.
Yo, come on, man. Go ahead.
Yo.
Like this.
Yeah. No, he's like this. In mid-March, secret rituals were held on Rome's Aventine Hill to worship him. These rites were attended by women only and were part of a mystery religion built up around Bacchus.
Look at that. Ezekiel 8 and 14. I want to show you this mystery religion. Ezekiel 8 and 14.
Book of Ezekiel chapter 8 and verse 14.
So remember, now the Lord is telling Ezekiel, dig down the wall. He's showing all the things that were done secretly. Now, in the times of Ezekiel, he wasn't Bacchus. That's when the Greeks came and the Romans came. At this time, he was Tammuz. Right? The Egyptians worship him as Horus. Right, because when Israel left Egypt, right, they didn't adopt those things. Then they started to try to go back in. But then when the Babylonians began to rule over Israel, they began to adopt those Babylonian ideologies. Right? Go ahead.
The book of Ezekiel chapter 8 and verse 14. Then he brought me to the door of the gate of the Lord's house, which was toward the north. And behold.
Why is it toward the north? Because this is where this came from, Babylon. The worship of Sumurmat, the worship of Nimrod and Tammuz. Go ahead.
Which was toward the north, and behold, there sat women weeping for Tammuz.
Weeping for Tammuz. These are Israelite women, and they're doing it today in church. Majority of the church is women weeping for Tammuz, i.e., under the name Bacchus. Let's go back. Read that again about that secret cult of woman worship and loosening the tongues, etc. Read that last one you left.
In mid-March, secret rituals were held on Rome's Aventine Hill to worship him. These rites were attended by women only and were part of a mystery religion built up around Bacchus. In addition to being the patron of wine and drink, Bacchus is a god of the theatrical arts. In his earlier incarnation as the Greek Dionysus.
See his earlier incarnation, that means he was somebody before in another kingdom being worshipped. These are the same gods. You get what I'm saying? Same gods. Exactly. Yep, go ahead.
He had a theater named for him in the Athens. He is often portrayed as a slightly effeminate figure, prone to good humor and general bodiness. That's not the first thing that came to
Body boy.
I guess that's the Bacchus images.
I mean, I think that's good right there. So, like I said, it goes back to those Bacchus rituals, which I believe too. Well, you know, the ancient Egyptians practiced the same thing. They used to publicly have sex with goats. Yeah, because they worshiped Horus and believed Horus would come through goats, and they believed that they would have sex with Horus. Yeah. You know, I think Satan now is the goat god because they worship Tammuz. Right? So, I mean, it's all the same things. Nothing new where? Under the sun. It's nothing new. The church just adopted Bacchus rituals. Right? So if you want that link, Nathan, if you can put that link in the chat so Ithan can have it. And if he wants to share with his mom or his loved ones, he can use a source. So that's it. We're gonna close out.
I wish I could find that video, man. They really had a whole room of just it was like literally just the whole room.
I remember that room.
The
Once you click on it,
There's multiple people doing it. Everybody's just, I'm like, what are y'all doing here?
Yo,
it's a morning prayer room. That's what they
I was crying.
Yo, it's bugged out, man. Yo, so I put everybody to the challenge, man. Go read in the Apocrypha about Bacchus because he's there. Yeah, it's important that you study the origin of these gods who are not gods at all, but Israel started worshiping them, and today they're doing the same thing. A lot of fraternal societies. I tell y'all, a lot of fraternal societies are worshiping Bacchus. Like the whole school system. You go there, the college school, what's the first thing they do? They're under that spirit. All high schoolers want to get to college to freak off in the dorm rooms and get drunk. They get drunk almost what? Every night.
Every night. Lose their virginity.
I work at Denver, so I took an Uber home one day. The Uber driver was literally telling me, he said sometimes UMass is called Sumass.
Yeah.
Everything what you just said goes on there.
Yeah. Because that whole system was created one to build workers for the U.S., but rebellers against God.
Right.
Satanic minds. Now, if you want to go into the deeper secrets and you want to go into these fraternal occults, you join a sorority group or you join a fraternal society, and you got to have sex with goats. You got to do all of that. All of this happens. You got to go in these. There was one. Now, this is not by mistake. There was one frat boy. You look up. He's permanently paralyzed because they were so abusive in their frat club. They made him drink an entire bottle. I forget of what it was. Some white boy, some Edomite, some strong white liquor, an entire bottle, and he was so intoxicated that he's paralyzed from the neck down from the toxicity of how much he drank. But that came by the rituals of what they did, getting drunk, frenzies, partaking in Bacchus rituals. Then they get their bachelor's, which also comes from Bacchus laureates. They go up a degree, and then they become successful, and they stay tight within their ritualistic society, and they keep doing these rituals. They don't stop. Right? That's an occult. They learn the ways of the occult. All right. So, the church is perfect for preying on the brokenhearted. So our people, they have a false sense of joy, and that becomes their drug every week. You was going to the club every Friday, but now you going to the church every Sunday. You're just fresh out the frying pan into the fire.
Right.
That's all that is.
That's the best terminology.
You know what I mean? That's all it is. It's just make them feel good and let them get drunk in the spirit rather than getting drunk every Friday. But that's what the club is too. They all fall under that perversion. So With that, we're gonna close. All right.
I'm not doing money, Mapayum. This is Psalm chapter 130. Out of the depths have I cried unto thee, O Lord. Lord, hear my voice. Let thine ears be attentive to the voice of my supplication. That thou, Lord, should mark iniquities, O Lord, who shall stand. But there is forgiveness with thee, that thou mayest be feared. I wait for the Lord. My soul doth wait, and in his word do I hope. My soul waiteth for the Lord more than they that watch for the morning. I say, more than they that watch for the morning. Let Israel hope in the Lord. For with the Lord there is mercy. It would him his plenteous redemption. And he shall redeem Israel from all his iniquities. In the name of Yahweh, Hashem Yahawashi, the one of Yad, Amen.
Amen.
Bunch of Shabbat. A bunch of Barak.
Y'all about to send me outside, Brakatah.
How about Shemeshai Barakathon?